Good morning. The Committee of the Whole of November 16th, 2021 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Collar Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph present. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne Sr. absent. Senator Milton Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale absent. Senator Genevieve Whitaker. Senator Whitaker present. Mr. Chairman, we have 8 members present, 7 absent at the call of the roll.
Very well. Thank you very much. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed until those other individuals get here. Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please mark Senator Viale as present and go ahead and read the correspondence into the record. Thank you.
Senator Viale present. Letter dated November 15th, 2021, from Honorable Stephen D. Payne Sr., Senator at Large, to Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee of the Whole, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, due to a previously scheduled commitment, I will not be attending the Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for Tuesday, November 16, 2021 on the island of St. Croix. Please mark me as excused and forward all documents received in this meeting to my office. I thank you for your tolerance in this matter. Sincerely, Stephen D. Payne Sr., Senator at Large, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated November 15, 2021, from the Honorable Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, to Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee of the Whole, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, please be informed that I will be unable to attend the Committee of the Whole set for 11 a.m. Tuesday, November 16, 2021, due to a personal family matter. I ask that I be marked as excused. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated November 16, 2021, from the Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, to Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, USVI 00802. Dear Senator President, Senator Fred Gregory, please excuse my absence from the Committee of the Whole hearing scheduled for today, November 16, 2021. As you are aware, I'm still currently under my doctor's care as I continue my recuperation. I note the importance of the agenda item to be discussed and ask that any additional information shared during the hearing be forwarded to my office. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator. Letter dated November 16, 2021, from the Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Majority Leader, to Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senate President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Madam President, Due to travel issues, I shall be tardy in arriving at today's meeting of the Committee of the Whole. Please mark my initial absence as excused, and I look forward to an informative and productive hearing. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Majority Leader, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the reading of the absence and tardy letters.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please record Senator Stephen Payne as excused, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff as excused, Senator Marvin Blyden as excused until he gets here, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens as excused, and we know that Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, as well as Senator Janelle Saru, is traveling, as well as Senator Blyden, and will be here shortly. In the meantime, can you go ahead and read? Let me get the tally at this point. What's the tally? Can I get the tally? You have 9 present.
Mr. Chair, we have 9 members present, 6 excused.
Very well. Thank you very much. Again, we do have a quorum and prepared to proceed in the meantime until everyone else get here. Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and read today's agenda into the record?
Agenda for today, Committee of the Whole, Tuesday, November 16, 2021. The 34th Legislature will convene in Committee of the Whole on Tuesday, November 16, 2021 at 11 a.m. in the Fritz Lowitz Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony on Bill number 34-0145, an act approving the conveyance of parcels 5-E and 5-F of VI Core land, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Corporation, and for other related purposes. Rezoning remainder parcel 5-E from A1 Agricultural Zone to A29 Agricultural Zone. Rezoning parcels 5F from A1 to B3 Business Scattered, and providing for other related purposes. Proposed by Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Invited testifiers, Mr. Peter Chapman, Executive Director, UVI Research and Technology Park. Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner, Department of Agriculture. Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And Honorable Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. And Madam Clerk, if you could just record that Mr. Dale Brown, a farmer from Sager Farms, will also be testifying today. He asked to testify, and he had been added to the list of testifiers. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers just to do a quick mic check and also to make sure that you're in attendance. Mr. Peter Chapman.
Good morning, Senator Francis. I'm here.
Thank you. Good morning. Honorable Commissioner Nelson.
Good morning, President.
Morning. Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol. Commissioner.
Good morning. Good morning. Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner representing Honorable Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol.
Thank you. Honorable Commissioner Thomas.
Morning, Senator Francis.
Morning. Mr. Dale Brown, farmer. Mr. Brown? Very well. We'll get back to Mr. Brown. Before we go to the testifiers, I'd just like to say again, a pleasant good morning to everyone. Today we'll be definitely hearing from the RT Park in regards to, as well as the Department of Agriculture, DPNR, and Property and Procurement in regards to Bill 34-0145. You know, an economy is a living thing. We often describe it in words like healthy, growing, and changing. We hope to avoid words like declining or leaning instead of words that signify positive change and optimism. The current circumstances of the territory lend to an urgency to take action and measures that support economic diversity, meaning that we and our economy must continue to adapt in order to grow. Circumstances like decreasing population, as evident by the recent census numbers, which indicates a loss of 18%, and the closure of Lime Tree, which is projected to be at about $2 billion lost to the economy, make a strong argument to rethink how we are capitalizing on our resources and creating opportunities to grow and expand our economy. Expanding our economy will take a multi-pronged approach through the developments of projects like this one and the St. Croix South Shore Enterprise Zone, new economic activity that creates jobs and revenues for the territory. Today, the Committee of the Whole will consider Bill number 34-0145, a bill designed to fully utilize the opportunity zones which were created to allow for investment in distressed areas and spur economic growth and job creation in low-income communities. We will also focus on Amendment 34-385, which bifurcates Bill 34-0145, effectively removing rezoning from today's discussion and focusing solely on the conveyance of the properties which is necessary to step for the rezoning to occur. This project of the RT Parks presents opportunity for a mixed-use development dedicated to agriculture research and technology. It is a project that we should all get behind. It proposes 18 acres of farmland, a farmer's grant program, and in the first of its kind for local farmers, a revenue sharing program. Other highlights of this project include housing, an office space, a hotel, a training, and a solar grid that supports sustainability and green energy. This proposal hinges on a land swap, an acre-for-acre swap that leaves our territory, our inventory agricultural land intact. Most importantly, this proposal honors the intention of the use of the Vicor land by repurposing the land that for over 30 years have been used as a parking lot for agriculture fair and for the expansion of agriculture. This is a promise that has not been met by previous use of the Vicor land, such as Castleburg Homes, Castleburg Homes, the National Guard Armory, or even the St. Croix Education Complex. In short, this proposal is filled with opportunity, not only for full utilization of Opportunity Zone, but for a project that shows that development, technology, and agriculture can coexist. Madam Clerk, if you'll record Senator Blyden as being present. And at this time, we'll go to the testifiers for their testimony. And of course, we'll start off with Mr. Peter Chapman, Executive Director of the RT Park.
Thank you, Senator. Again, good morning, Senator Francis and other members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Peter Chapman, and I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the UVI Research and Technology Park Corporation. I'm honored to be here today to offer testimony in support of Bill 34-0145, which conveys local government-owned land in the federally designated Opportunity Zone to the RT Park for the purpose of undertaking the Tech Village mixed-use redevelopment on St. Croix. I'm joined here today by Ms. Sydney Paul, the RT Park's Senior Manager of Business Intelligence and Marketing, and a principal member of the RT Park Tech Village project team, and also Ms. Amina Salim, the RT Park's Chief of Staff, and also a member of the project team for Tech Village. This meeting today, Senators, is a most timely discussion because we are rapidly approaching the U.S. Treasury Department's December 31st deadline for investors to place capital into Opportunity Zone funds like the one being administered by our Tech Village equity provider, Renaissance Equity Partners, which is based in Washington, D.C. It is therefore critical that we demonstrate progress in moving this project forward now by receiving the legislature's approval this month for the conveyance of the subject 26-acre property, which is located on Queen Mary Highway between the Educational Complex and the Department of Agriculture Fairgrounds. We are extremely grateful for the support and guidance we've received thus far. Actually, it's been over an extended period of time from several senators, especially Senator Francis, who is the lead sponsor of the bill, and Finance Committee Chairman Kurt Violet. Since our last detailed Tech Village presentation to the legislature back on December 28th, 2020, we have heeded the recommendations from members of the legislature by incorporating changes into the project plan that could make Tech Village an even more successful economic development endeavor than the concept we started with 2 years ago. Most significantly, we have worked with the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement to identify land that will be used to make the Department of Agriculture whole by replacing the roughly 9 acres that will house the non-agricultural elements of the project, small part of the project. And also, we've enhanced the site plan to increase the amount of parking available to accommodate the needs of visitors to the adjacent farmers market. And I just want to point out, Senator Francis, that Sidney Paul is going to be showing some images shortly to supplement this presentation, images of the existing or current use of the site that we're talking about today. But today, Senators, we are making an urgent appeal to you to advance Bill 34-0145 as soon as possible. After more than 2 years of development planning, identifying prospective commercial tenants, and working to satisfy the requirements of our presumptive financing partners, we now stand to lose $18 million in private financing we've worked so hard to line up. As you may know, we were recently informed by the principal of Renaissance Equity Partners that if we do not secure site control by November 15th, which was yesterday, that his firm would cease due diligence on their planned investment into Tech Village and look to place their capital in a different project in their pipeline. And we don't want that to happen. Renaissance is eagerly awaiting the outcome of this hearing today to make a firm decision. However, as we sit here this afternoon, we are operating on borrowed time, literally. Losing our opportunity zone equity.
Mr. Chapman, one second. Mr. Chapman, 1 second.
Yes.
Are you following the testimony that you submitted this morning?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
The November 16th correspondence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Losing our opportunity zone equity would precipitate the unraveling of the entire project because it would also cause our mortgage lender to withdraw consideration of any financing. And as a result, the Virgin Islands, especially St. Croix, would be deprived of a catalytic $50 million project that creates 300 permanent sustainable agriculture and clean energy jobs that do not compromise or threaten the public health, promotes economic diversification, supports food independence, which is desperately needed since we import 97% of the food we consume here in the VI, expands our very limited supply of workforce housing that is accessible to middle-income Virgin Islanders and young professionals, generates revenues that will be reinvested into vital entrepreneurial and technical assistance programs, especially those benefiting existing farmers and individuals seeking to pursue careers in agriculture, and helps demonstrate to national financial partners such as Renaissance Equity Partners, which is backed by the Kresge and Rockefeller Foundations, that the Virgin Islands is capable of doing big things. And speaking of Renaissance Equity Partners, they are desirous of investing in projects on St. Thomas, but a negative vote on the Tech Village land conveyance will certainly discourage their interest in the Virgin Islands altogether. When we first started working on the framework for the Tech Village plan in 2019, we were motivated in large measure by the need to address the conditions wrought by the 2017 hurricanes. Today, our economic situation is still very fragile, perhaps even more grim when you look at certain indicators. And Senator Francis touched upon some of these. Most notably, according to the VI Bureau of Economic Research, the closure of Lime Tree Bay Refinery is projected to result in nearly 1,000 jobs lost, a $632 million reduction in gross domestic product, and a nearly $2 billion loss in economic activity. Additionally, our 18.1% population decline between 2010 and 2020, as reflected in the most recent census, means that we have a mere 87,146 residents, a fact which weakens our competitiveness in attracting certain types of employers and service providers, and will also reduce the amounts of our annual formula-based federal economic and community development grants. The RT Park Tech Village redevelopment is one of the most important sustainable agriculture projects introduced to the territory in many years, and could become a national model for sustainable development and economic empowerment of local stakeholders, especially existing and emerging farmers. The project is designed to promote economic diversification primarily through the attraction and growth of businesses engaged in large-scale food production for Virgin Islands residents and communities beyond our borders. Recent experiences with the 2017 hurricanes and our current economic crisis precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic have reminded us that our over-reliance on tourism creates a significant level of vulnerability that takes a heavy toll on our tax revenue base, our families, and on our community as a whole. Therefore, we believe that our community must stop paying lip service to economic diversification and instead take thoughtful, strategic, and aggressive steps toward creating real opportunities for Virgin Islanders now. It is in this spirit that we are pursuing Tech Village. Before sharing the details of the project, I want to take a moment to explain the RT Park's link to sustainable agriculture and agricultural research. The RT Park was established in 2002 through a partnership among the private sector, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands government to help strengthen and diversify the economy through the attraction and incubation of technology and knowledge-based enterprises. Not only did our enabling statute, Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code, emphasize the tech sector, but it also explicitly highlighted agricultural research as a core focus for the RT Park. Thus, we will fulfill a vital mandated role prescribed for the RT Park in the visionary Title 17 legislation passed by the General Assembly by undertaking the Tech Village project. Sustainable agriculture was viewed by the RT Park's founders, and apparently also by the 24th legislature back in 2002, as a sector with great potential to help create jobs while also enhancing the territory's quality of life. But the RT Park, unfortunately, never took up the mantle of sustainable agriculture until now. We've come a long way since our founding in 2002 and are moving along a very positive trajectory in contributing to the territory's economic stabilization and growth. Our selection as the International Economic Development Council's 2020 Economic Development Organization of the Year underscores our progress, as this award cements the RT Park's position as best in class among economic development organizations in North America. I am also extremely proud that our accomplishments are inextricably linked to a supportive board of directors and the efforts of our senior and core team, most of whom are Virgin Islanders and spouses of Virgin Islanders. I deeply believe in strengthening the local capacity to plan and execute economic development projects, and the RT Park is setting a very high standard in this regard. It is this team, consisting mainly of Virgin Islanders, not real estate developers from the mainland US or any other region, that has conceptualized and is driving progress on Tech Village. Yes, the RT Park, as a Virgin Islands autonomous public corporation, is the developer of Tech Village and not an outside real estate development firm. The Tech Village project seeks to harness opportunities in the agricultural sector to help expand food production and grow and diversify our economy, recognizing that 97% of VI food consumption comes from imports and that we have pressing economic conditions, including an 11.84% unemployment rate and a limited supply of housing from middle-income residents. We believe that the need for Tech Village is urgent. Tech Village will support the territory's agricultural sector by providing office and research and development facilities for sustainable agriculture businesses and farmland for the enterprises that will occupy the site. In fact, 17 of the 26 acres, or about 62% of the land, will be dedicated to sustainable agriculture-related activities. The anchor business will be an innovative local entity, Impact Traits, which is led by an experienced St. Thomas-based entrepreneur, Dr. Richard Warburg. Impact Traits will apply its patented technology for growing toxic-free crops to the commercial production of selected vegetables. One critical feature of Impact Traits is that it will be owned by a consortium of local farmers that will share in the business's profits. This particular venture's ultimate goal is to produce a substantial volume of products that could be consumed locally and sold to communities throughout the Caribbean, Latin America, and possibly even Africa. By tapping into the demand for select agricultural products, both locally and globally, Impact Traits will generate revenue that benefits local farmers and Virgin Islanders employed by the business. Moreover, it places the territory in the position to be a leader in the world of agricultural innovation. Impact Traits will be accompanied by other sustainable development enterprises specializing in food production and clean energy technologies that will create jobs for Virgin Islanders. Job creation in our territory is always critically important, but has become especially urgent in light of our ongoing economic challenges. Collectively, these businesses will create approximately 300 permanent jobs, plus another 140 jobs during the construction phase that will be heavily marketed to farmers, graduates of UVI's agricultural programs, and other Virgin Islanders seeking gainful employment in a growth sector. We further believe that Tech Village could help guide local efforts to harness the economic potential of other crops, including but not limited to cannabis, which is the subject of recent legislation that you are all familiar with. However, because the project will be mixed use, Tech Village will also consist of other revenue-generating components that will benefit Virgin Islanders. These include 66 units of new workforce housing, which will help address our severe housing shortage on St. Croix. And in the second phase, a teaching hotel geared toward business travelers. Not only will the hotel create permanent jobs in addition to the 300 projected sustainable agriculture jobs in the first phase of the project, but it will also enhance the educational offerings of UVI's hospitality management program by providing on-the-job training and quality experiential learning opportunities. It also bears emphasis that the RT Park plans to partner with selected area high schools, especially the educational complex near the UVI St. Croix campus. Local high school students in vocational education programs will have full access to the internships and permanent jobs emanating from Tech Village and the affiliated businesses right next door. Another critical feature of the Tech Village plan is revenue sharing and financial support for farmers. Revenue sharing and financial support for farmers, St. Croix farmers. As a mission-driven economic development organization, the RT Park is committed to using a portion of the revenue generated by Tech Village to support investments in other projects and activities that make it easier for local farmers to participate in sustainable agriculture ventures. Additionally, we will use our platform with the social investors and philanthropists to help capitalize a new fund, the Fund for Agricultural Progress, to provide direct grants and microloans to individual farmers. The funding can be used for equipment, technical assistance, and other resources to help local farmers become more competitive in the broader marketplace. These initiatives are not intended to replace anything presently being done to support local farmers. Instead, we seek to expand and strengthen the resources available to farmers. Available U.S. Department of Agriculture data suggests that the number of active registered farmers in the VI has stagnated greatly in recent years, which is a threat to our need to achieve greater food independence. Therefore, because Tech Village will help increase the number of local people seeking careers in agricultural sciences, it is an absolutely essential project. As a mixed-use sustainable agriculture project, Tech Village is targeted to be constructed on a roughly 26-acre parcel between the educational complex and the agricultural fairgrounds, and that's an image of it right there. On the opposite side of Queen Mary Highway from the UVI St. Croix campus. The RT Park was guided to this site by personnel of the VI Department of Agriculture, which manages the land because there are no active farming leases on the property. This parcel, which by some accounts has not been farmed since 1972, is the perfect location for Tech Village for the following reasons. Number one, the dominant commercial character of the Tech Village concept is sustainable agriculture. Therefore, utilizing the Queen Mary Highway site, which is zoned for agricultural uses, makes sense. Number two, the proposed site is located within the federally designated opportunity zone, which incentivizes private entities to invest in local projects by providing a federal capital gains tax exemption or reduction. The St. Croix Opportunity Zone boundaries encompass downtown Christiansted, downtown Frederiksted, and a vast swath of farmland mid-island moving west. The VI's Opportunity Zone areas were established in 2018 by the previous governor's administration to spur investment in these underinvested areas of the island. Number three, the parcel is across the street from UVI. One of our key funders of Tech Village, the HBCU Opportunity Fund, which is managed by Renaissance Equity Partners, is a qualified opportunity zone fund created to make investments that would facilitate mixed-use redevelopment of areas around minority-serving educational institutions like UVI. The HBCU Opportunity Fund's investments must also be located within opportunity zones to support mixed-use ventures, which tend to carry the most significant potential for economic impact. The RT Park is leveraging the federally designated opportunity zone to attract the financial resources to make it feasible to pursue this comprehensive project. We anticipate that Tech Village will cost nearly $50 million across all phases. The vast majority of this funding, except for $7 million in federal block grant monies to cover a construction gap, will come from private sources. We are not looking to the Virgin Islands taxpayers to cover any of the project's costs. Thus far, we have received term sheets from investors for the first phase, office and operating space for agribusinesses, as well as the residential units, and expect to be able to break ground in the first half of 2022. We have done extensive community engagement, conducting information sessions with farmers and other local stakeholders, and have made a number of improvements to the site plan based on this valuable input. As we approach the deadlines for closing on our financing and commencing construction, we look forward to continuing to have informed and constructive dialogue with all segments of the community. The vital importance of attracting and retaining jobs in growth industries is underscored by the fact that the territory lost over 12% of total jobs following the 2017 hurricanes. We have still not fully recovered. This cruel reality, along with the ongoing economic fallout from COVID and some of the statistics I shared earlier, necessitate that the Virgin Islands assumes a more intentional approach to economic development. Tech Village represents a significant step in the right direction, and we look forward to working with the legislature to advance this important job-creating, sustainable agriculture initiative for the territory. Because of the urgent need to avoid losing our financing by having the VI legislature approve Bill 34-0145, I want to close by summarizing from members of this body, as well as the viewing audience, 10 critical details regarding Tech Village, absolutely none of which will come to fruition if this legislation is not approved. Number one, we have $18 million in private financing waiting to be deployed into the first phase of the project. This money is presently at great risk because we do not have site control. Number two, the project will create 300 permanent jobs and economic opportunities, primarily in the sustainable agriculture space. There will be another 140 temporary jobs created during the construction phases. Number three, the Queen Mary Highway Road location is essential to the financial feasibility of the project because it allows us to attract private equity from U.S. Treasury Department approved Opportunity Zone funds, like the HBCU Opportunity Fund administered by Renaissance Equity Partners. The project must also be mixed use in order to qualify for financing. Number four, about 62% of the site will be used for agricultural related activities, including farming and agricultural research. Only about 9 acres will be used for non-agricultural uses, and Bill 34-0145 specifically identifies the parcels that will be put back into the Department of Agriculture's inventory to replace those 9 acres. The bottom line, the Department of Agriculture will immediately be made whole through this land swap. Number five, the office and research and development space will be available to local and non-local entrepreneurs and will be heavily marketed to those in the sustainable agriculture sector. Number six, the 66-unit workforce housing component, which will be made available to local residents on a first-come, first-served basis, is the only residential project of this kind presently underway in St. Croix. And this is according to an independent market study by Novogradac in the mainland US. Number seven, the second phase of Tech Village will consist of a business hotel that will increase our hotel inventory by 120 rooms, while also providing UVI with access to a state-of-the-art teaching hotel that provides on-the-job training for UVI students as well as high school students at the adjacent educational complex. Number eight, the second phase of Tech Village will also consist of a state-of-the-art conference center and outdoor food hall that will be available to local food vendors and retailers. Number nine, the project will serve as a platform for creating the Fund for Agricultural Progress for local farmers. This fund will be partially capitalized through profit sharing, and the rest will come from philanthropy. And number 10, the successful launch of Tech Village clears the way for our private equity partner to also continue to explore financing opportunities on St. Thomas, a process which has begun. Renaissance Equity Partners has articulated a strong interest in supporting economic development on both St. Croix and St. Thomas. But if we disappoint them on Tech Village, they will cease exploring investment opportunities anywhere in the territory. Senators, this concludes my formal presentation. I welcome any questions you may have for me and other members of the Tech Village project team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman, for making your case. At this time, we'll go, well, Madam Clerk, if you could record Senator Fred Gregory as well as Senator Soror as present. And I think we also recorded Senator Blyden as present as well. At this time, we'll go to Commissioner Nelson for his testimony. Senator Nelson?
Good. Yes, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Vice President. Good morning, Madam President and Chairwoman. Good morning to the Committee of the Whole, among other members of the other testifiers present, the Legislative Central Staff, of course, the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, and to the people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. I am here today to present on Bill number 34-015, an act approving the conveyance of agricultural parcels to the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technical Park Corporation. On May 3rd, 2021, the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture addressed a letter of support for the RT Parks Tech Village to the legislature to Senate President Donna Fred Gregory. The department believes that this economic development project, which proposes to bring over 400 much-needed jobs to the island of St. Croix, is poised to become a conduit for recruiting, attracting, and preparing the next generation of agricultural professionals. While it is important to focus on the farmers of tomorrow, we cannot forget our farmers of today. And the cannot get the farmers of today and the skills and assistance they require. Since the RT Park will be sitting centrally on the District of St. Croix, it can serve in a multitude of ways to our farming community, including providing technical assistance and training, technology services, and fully integrating agriculture into all aspects of the RT Park, including utilizing the best conservation practices. Of great concern to us is ensuring that the RT Park fully meets the needs of our current farmers and community. They can and should have agriculture as an integral facet of every part of this community, from the teaching hotel to the housing community, and even the parking lots in both design and practice. Thank you for allowing us to testify today on this transformational project. We hope that the project lives up to its potential for increasing our burgeoning food sovereignty here in the Virgin Islands, and that we can once again become the sustainable breadbasket of the Caribbean. We are open to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson, and good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. We will continue to proceed with today's meeting. Mr. Keith Richards of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Donna M. Fred Gregory, President of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, other honorable senators of the 34th Legislature present, and members of the viewing and listening audience. My name is Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I appear before you today on behalf of Commissioner Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, to provide testimony on Bill 34-0145. Bill 34-0145 proposes to convey parcels 5E and 5F Prince Quarter, St. Croix, consisting of 15.66 acre tract and a 9.7 acre tract adjacent to each other and both zoned agricultural 1, VICORP designated properties. These maps can be fully shown and described on OLG drawing number 9A-152 C021 dated June 4, 2021. Both parcels are located within the federally designated opportunity zone. The proponents of this bill have met with the representatives of DPNR on several occasions in an effort to gain our expert opinion, assessment, and overall support for their project. To that end, representatives of DPNR have offered multiple options to the sponsor that we believe could gain the support from this body, including the available mechanism they plan to utilize in the proposal before you today. The sponsors of this project have stressed during our meetings that time is of essence relative to the availability of the programs that they expect to utilize to finance the project. They have discussed the most expedited avenue to achieve the conveyance of the parcels while ensuring due process and public opportunity to be heard. As the proposal is described and illustrated in the sponsor's presentation, the project site would require a zoning amendment to ensure the project can comply with Title 29, Chapter 3 of the VI Code. Representatives of DPNR have met with the representatives of UVI and the Technology Park on several occasions to discuss the project and the development requirements for them, as well as the opportunities the project represents to the territory. In the discussion with UVI and the Technology Park representative, the department described the limitations of the current A1 zoning district and potentially what zoning districts will allow them to develop the site property for mixed use, the mixed uses described in the proposal. The university and the Technology Park sponsors are clear that the rezoning from A1 to A2 and A1 to B3 would represent the zoning districts that meet their objectives. Finally, the department concurs with the governor when he wrote on September 16, 2021 in a letter to the body quoting number 5E consisting of 15.66 US acres and parcel number 5F consisting of 9.78 US acres, both of the Vicorp land, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, US Virgin Islands property for use in a technology village and agricultural resource and processing site. Such development on the proposed site is consistent with the mission and purpose of the RT Park, which is to help diversify and expand the economy of the United States Virgin Islands through attraction, retention, and growth technology, knowledge-based and sustainable agricultural related businesses in the territory. Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to provide a testimony on Bill 34-015, and I am available to respond to questions, concerns, or inquiry from the body.
Thank you, Mr. Richards, for your testimony. We will now hear from Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Anthony Thomas. Commissioner,
Good
you may
afternoon.
proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senate President, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate Vice President and sponsor of Bill number 34-0145 and its proposed amendment by nature of a substitute. All of the senators of the 34th legislature present, fellow testifiers, persons present online, listening and viewing audiences. I am Anthony David Thomas, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. Thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee and offer testimony on the proposed amendment to Bill number 34-0145 for the approval of the conveyance of parcels 5E and 5S, all of Vicorp land, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technical Park Corporation and other related purposes. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to offer testimony on the subject bill. The Department of Property and Procurement supports economic development of St. Croix and the territory as a whole. Therefore, the department supports the bill. The department understands that Section 1 of the bill provides the required legislative approval pursuant to Title 31, Section 205C of the Virgin Islands Code for the transfer of parcel number 5E, consisting of 15.66 US acres, more or less, and parcel 5F consisting of 9.78 US acres, more or less. VI Corp land, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park Corporation. Section 2 of the bill requires the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement to prepare a quick claim deed to convey the property identified in Section 1 of the bill. Through Section 3 of the bill, the department understands the Research and Technology Park Corporation will be able to develop the aforementioned properties for a mixed-use economic project, notwithstanding the limitations on the development and restrictions for agricultural use on VICOP land outlined in Title 7, Section 11 of the Virgin Islands Code. Section 4 of the proposed bill, the department is required to convey lot number 13, Estate Mount Pleasant, Northside, B Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of 8.38 U.S. acres to the Department of Agriculture, which will be used as a replacement for the 9.78 U.S. acres in agricultural use, which will be lost because of the proposed mixed-use development of parcel 5F VICORP land. While the department supports the proposed bill, the department has the following concerns. Parcel 5E VICORP land is referred to as remainder parcel 5E in various parts of the bill. Therefore, for the purposes of consistency and accuracy, all references to parcel 5E VICORP land should be revised to match the description in the subject map. DPP understands that through the reconfiguration, parcel 5E VICORP land is created. Under Section 4 of the bill, the Department of Property and Procurement is required to convey lot number 13, Estate Mount Pleasant, to the Department of Agriculture as replacement for the agricultural acreage, which will be lost through the mixed-use development of the property. In light of the fact that the property is already owned by the government of the Virgin Islands, separate conveyance to the Department of Agriculture is not required. The property is already within the government's ownership. I thank you again for the invitation to appear before the committee to offer testimony on Bill number 34-0145 and reiterate the department's support for the proposed conveyance. The proposed project is in line with the Brian Roach administration's goals for sustainable economic development. Madam President, this concludes my prepared testimony, and I remain available for any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas, for your testimony and for your insight. We'll now hear from Mr. Dale Brown of Seizure Farms of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Brown?
Good afternoon, Committee of the Whole.
One minute, sir. I don't believe you have your camera on. Is your camera on?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, my camera is on.
We are
let me just close
unable to see you.
Okay, let me just close that door behind me. Is that better?
Is that him at the bottom?
Yes.
That's him at the bottom? No. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. Colleagues, we're back on the record. Mr. Brown, we can see you, so you may proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Committee of the Whole and Honorable Senator Noble Francis. My name is Dale Brown, owner of Sager Farm of the Virgin Islands. I'm a farmer, agriculturist, local food advocate, and environmentalist for the development of a local food system, food security, and sovereignty. This testimony is not in full support of Bill 340145. While I'm in support of any agricultural development in the territory, I'm against having any farmland deemed and set aside for agricultural production, mainly food production, to be used for construction or building projects which will be irreversible or to be rezoned for any other purpose. The location. Location remainder parcel number 5 consisting of 15.66 US acres and parcel number 5F consisting of 9.7 US acres, all of Vicorp land. Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands is 25.44 acres, which I know there is a farmer located at 5E. This farm has been there for more than 4 years. Were there any communication with this farmer to inform him that he would be displaced and no longer be able to continue his operation on the property and will have to be relocated or quit farming on the property? This is an economic impact to this farmer and will continue to be the defamation of the industry. This is a precedent-setting issue. Whenever need arises for land, ag lands will be targeted to fulfill the need for whatsoever project it may be, because there is no leaseholder, especially if it is determined that the farmer does not have a lease agreement. The RT Park is presently on land directly included within the federal designated qualified opportunity zone and has 10.89 acres. Bill 340145 called for parcel number 5F consisting of 9.7 US acres of Vicorp land rezoned to be used for residential and business component of the project and an exemption from strict application of the use of the property exclusive for agricultural purposes. There is ample amount of acreage available within the area of the RT Park and the university to suffice this project and will be in short distance to the RT Park. The University of the Virgin Islands has approximately 200 acres and there is undeveloped property within this acreages. The question to be asked, what are the vacant acreages reserved for? And why have they not looked at to suffice the tech village? There were farmland given to the University of the Virgin Islands in 2002 by the 24th legislature to build the RT Park. This was then protested by Farmers in Action. This land encompassed farmland with existing farmers, Durant Farm, Hamilton Farm, Doward Farm, Bermuda's Farm, and etc. This act was never repealed by any legislature, and the university resolved after the protest by Farmers in Action to build on its own land, but still hold leverage of these lands for future swap for other lands. Again, this needs to be repealed. Section 5, Bill 340115 states, not later than 30 days after the enactment of this act, the Commissioner of Property and Procurement shall replace the agricultural zone acreages lost from the rezone of parcel number 5 of Vicorp land, Prince Quarters, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, with acreage suitable for agriculture on the island of St. Croix. My question is to the 34th legislature. Are we looking to swap farmland for farmland? Because that's exactly what 13 acres, number 13, which is below the market, which was once Plaza Extra, is located. There need to be no further conveyance of land for the RT Park once it is used as own land within the university. Thank you for the time. I'm looking forward to a more amicable resolution of the matter of not having to use farmland already deemed for food production. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Brown. Colleagues, the testifiers before us this morning has set the stage. What time is it? It's actually noon. It's actually almost 1. So the testifiers today have set the stage for the discussion. Mr. Vice President laid out the intent and the direction he seeks to go in as it relates to this particular bill that's before us. So at this time, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. And we'll begin with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of this territory. I want to go directly to the testifier that just spoke a little bit about the farmer that is still on the property. What is the situation around him specifically as to why we were not aware up until now about him being on this farm for the last 4 years?
That is a question for the Department of Agriculture because this farmer sits immediately east of the department. So I can't see anyone even passing that route to actually ignore that there's a farmer there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner of Agriculture Nelson, could you share about this piece of property and a farmer currently being there for 4 years?
The farmer has been there perhaps for longer than that, Madam Senator. On May 3rd, when I sent a communication to the Senate President, I indicated there on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph where he says, one farmer currently occupying government leased farmland came to the office concerned about the impact to his farm operation, which is encompassed by the area sought by RT Park. He has listed that he currently has 60 goats and sheep, 40 fruit trees, and leafy green crops. He stated that he recently completed a new pig pen, which cost about $6,000, a goat pen, which cost about $2,000, 9.5 acres of fencing, and recent land preparation costs, which he believes is only fair to be reimbursed. And he was proud to affirm that he is a full-time farmer and basically wants assistance to relocate. I mean, he had already started working on his own relocation efforts, even though I feel if we are going to displace a farmer, that it should be our responsibility to help to relocate them. And in this instance, if RT Park is going to do it, they should definitely assume some of this cost.
So has there been a discussion or agreement? Has there been a discussion currently or agreement to potentially relocate this farmer if this transaction goes through?
Well, again, the farmer came to me indicating his concern, and I listed it here to the Senate President in a correspondence mail to her. If this goes through, it is going to be our responsibility to assist that farmer. We have no choice. I just raising this to the public because I do believe that it is also the responsibility of those who are participating in displacing the farmer to assume the costs. He listed some costs which he recently incurred in developing his farm.
Through agriculture, has there been a location potentially identified to relocate this farmer?
1 minute.
That action had not yet taken place. What he has done is he has partnered with another farmer. I don't know. He had partnered with another farmer and he's fixed the situation. What we need to note is what's being said of there's no lease, which might be accurate. There's no lease, but he has authority to be there.
Okay.
The idea of having no lease speaks to a bigger long-term problem where most of these farmers don't have a lease.
Well, I know I had a conversation with you previously where we had discussed lease versus a work permit to utilize the land. And you did share with me some of the farmers have either or. And my question is, I'm very much concerned based on what you're sharing with me today, both of you, that this farmer is going to be displaced, and we need to have a serious conversation about this individual. Because I'm hearing one person was told another person might have been, and there's no real resolution about a land that is right before us right now to potentially be transferred to do something completely different. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. But I'm out of time. Hopefully I will have another round to continue with my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Before I make any assumptions around this conversation, I think it is important that we establish for those that's listening and viewing, what is the difference between a lease versus a work permit. So, Commissioner Nelson, could you please help us to understand that a little clearer for those of us that's not in this particular arena?
Okay. It's not necessarily a work permit. It's a permission to occupy the land.
Okay,
It's
so
in lieu of a lease, which takes time, and there's been a
Could
big
you speak up a
issue
bit?
over the years. Excuse me?
could you speak up a bit? We're having a difficult time hearing you.
Okay. In lieu of a lease being available, which takes some time because of the process over the years, most farmers are given a letter of occupancy, which allows them to do what they're doing on the property until a lease is executed.
I see. So you indicated that the farmer has been on the property for well over, I think it was indicated 4 or 5 years by Mr. Dale Brown. And you've served in the capacity as commissioner for, what is it? Is it almost 3 years or 3 years? We're right at 3 years. So what prevents you from moving forward? What prevented you from moving forward with the lease? The fact that we were having this conversation around the RT Park? Because that would make sense.
No, we don't move forward the leases. The leases are done through the property and procurement. Deputy Commissioner Cardi is online. She can describe to you that we recently, they revamped the leasing process. There's some new application which should allow it to go more fluidly. Deputy Commissioner Cardi is online. She can explain what recently transpired.
Because I don't want to take up too much time on this, but while I understand that you don't process the leases, you are the overseer, if you will, of the agriculture property. So if there's someone on the property who has a permission to use the land, then there should be some conversation about the need for a lease. And that's why I asked the question as to perhaps the reason why you did not move forward is because of the work that's occurring around the conversation that we're having today, which has been a long time coming, regarding the RT Park.
No, there are many farmers who find themselves in the same situation without having a lease, Senate President.
Commissioner Nelson, I understand that farmers find themselves in a situation, but I'm trying to figure out what is your role. I'm trying to understand.
You're asking me if there were conversation with the gentleman regarding a lease.
We're just talking overall now, because you took it to overall. So what is your role overall as it relates to the permission to use the property and farmers moving to a lease?
So once the revised process, which is now utilized, once they finish this application process, which makes it a little more thorough, we submit that to property and procurement, which then they go through the creation of the lease process. They construct the language, and then the farmer signs off, the commissioner of agriculture signs off, and then the leases actually come to you, the Senate, for approval.
Yeah, I understand now. I'm asking you what my role is. I'm asking you what your role is.
I explained that now. I'm not trying to point out what your role is.
So it just seems as if, and I guess that's why we have Virgin Islanders that become very frustrated with the system because while that person may have a permission to use, you send information, you are aware of, all of the development that has taken place on that particular parcel of the property. There should have been some conversation as to how RT Park, and I'm sure they will be willing to assist, how they will assist that particular farmer if it becomes necessary for he or she to move from that property as a result of the direction or the conversation that we're having today. I think it's important that, and it's not funny, it really isn't, because that's why we have frustrated Virgin Islanders. Because
Well, I don't think it's
it is
funny, though. If you want
important,
to ask while I'm
Senator,
smiling, then we can ask
Commissioner,
that
I'm
question.
speaking. It is important for us to do our due diligence. It's just important. I mean, there's no up or down around it. There's a point of inquiry. Senator, I think it's Senator Vele. You're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brown, do you have a list? Do you have a valid list?
No, Senator.
How long have you been on the property?
22 years.
I just wanted to highlight that we have some serious issues when it comes to farmers being able to obtain leases. And Saja is a full-time farm that is worked by himself and also his wife and his family. So we have some serious issues that need to be addressed, and we have the Property and Procurement Commissioner and the Agriculture Commissioner here, so perhaps we can get to the bottom of what's taking so long. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Did I hear a point of... Senator, carry on. You're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just inquiring if we have a visual of the land in question. I think it will be good for also the viewing audience to be able to see, and committee members present.
You're asking for a visual? RT Park, is it possible for you to pull up the screen?
Yes.
We could take a quick recess to get that done.
Yes.
So,
We can pull that up, Senator. We have a rendering that shows the agricultural land perspective of the site.
So we want to see a visual of the property, not necessarily the rendering. I mean, we could see that,
Okay.
but what's important for us is to see the visual of the property, and we could, of course, see the rendering.
I don't think we have that image handy.
So you don't have a visual of the property. Property and
We don't
procurement?
keep it. Hold on, we're.
Good afternoon.
Get it.
Someone is speaking?
Yes, this is Sydney Paul, Senior Manager of Marketing and Business Intelligence at the RT Park. I can pull up a aerial photo that would be helpful for the senators right now and share it on my screen. It'll take me 5 seconds.
Okay, so we're going to continue with the discussion, and once you're ready, just cue me up once the senator's time is called, okay?
Okay, will
Got
do.
it. Thank you. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think that in this discussion it'd be important for me to mention that in fact we have a situation where a farmer and the land that have been identified is certainly can be utilized for farm purposes by the RT Park. But if there's compensation that will be required for relocation, and I had this conversation with Mr. Brown earlier this morning when he brought the matter to my attention that the onus will be on all of the stakeholders, property and procurement, the government of the Virgin Islands, the legislature, to make sure that there is necessary compensation and arrangement made for relocation of that farmer. So I don't think that that's a dispute. I think clearly the onus will be on all of us to make sure that there's a smooth transition in the best interest of collaboration in this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Senator Francis. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Wow, it's afternoon. Sorry. Thank you very much. We normally start out in that morning, and I still think we're there. But I'd like to start out with Mr. Chapman. Good morning, Mr. Chapman. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Senator. How are you?
Fine, thanks. What's the timeline on this project? What will be the starting date and the completion date?
We anticipate starting construction, the first part, we believe early second quarter of 2022, and we believe that we can finish the first phase, or the first part of the first phase, which is the apartments, in 12 to 16 months. So that would be about mid-year of 2023 when we anticipate getting a certificate of occupancy for the apartments.
Thank you. I like progress. I like production. I like things to happen. I don't like the words "if I don't." I don't do well with "if this don't happen at this time." I don't do well with that. You spoke in your testimony. You said, "I deeply believe in strengthening the local capacity to plan and execute economic," right? And everyone is talking about we don't have the capacity for just about everything. Why do you believe that we're going to have the capacity to complete this project and have the workforce that's needed?
Yes, we are going to have the capacity because we currently do have the capacity. We have assembled a national team. I myself have over 20 years of large-scale mixed-use real estate development experience. Our partner on the project is the National Development Council. They're not an owner, they're not an equity investor, they're a technical assistance provider. They are a nationally recognized financial services and technical assistance company. And we have major financial partners behind us, including Dwight Capital, which is the largest HUD-backed mortgage lender in the United States, and Renaissance Equity, which is a unique private equity and community development investment firm. And we have one of the best local architects in the territory involved in the project, Renee Diadamo. And we have done years worth of due diligence on prospective clients that will occupy the real estate led by Impact Traits, which is a local company. We have completed a market study by Novogradac, independently created by Novogradac, which shows that both the residential component and the commercial component will be feasible. It will make money. And so those are among the things, Senator, that give us confidence that we will successfully launch and complete this project.
Now, you put up a drawing of the proposed project, right? I would like for you to put it up again, and I want for you to tell me which part of the land the farm is, which part of the land the construction of the homes and the hotel is. Is the farming closer to the Queen Mary Highway or farther away from the Queen Mary Highway?
No, farther away. So
which one is farther away?
I'm going to ask Ms. Paul to put up the image right now.
And which one is farther away? The farm is farther away from the Queen Mary Highway or the development of the homes and the hotel?
Ms. Paul, excuse me.
Do you want to provide an orientation for the senator?
Chapman, we can't put that up on the screen on the senator's time. You have to answer the questions, and then we'll allow you to do that. Please hold the senator's time.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't.
Senator, can you repeat your question, Senator?
You put up a drawing a while ago, right? And I was asking you, is the farming is going to be done closer to the Queen Mary Highway, or is it to the back?
The farming is going to be done in the back of the site. So the majority of the footprint is going to be used for farming and agricultural related activities. And that's going to be in the back. The buildings are going to be closer to Queen Mary Highway for purposes of access. And I want to also point out that the apartments will be on that portion of the site that is currently used for informal, unofficial parking.
Okay. Time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May I wrap up here?
Yes, you may.
Commissioner Nelson. I
Yes,
see.
Senator.
I think you're
Yes,
a man
Senator.
that's have a lot of interest in farming and planting and everything like that. And from my line of question, the buildings are going to be closer to those mahogany trees. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of mahogany trees being cut down. What will take place with those in front of where that structure is going to go now? And who been given permission to cut those trees?
Well, everybody that's been cutting trees don't have permission. Some have applied to Department of Agriculture for cutting. And regarding what's going to happen to those trees, I don't know what the intent is of those developers. But usually the tree can stay and have a canopy. We've seen where roots are causing some challenges, so people are cutting back roots and pruning the trees.
Did you say they come to the Department of Agriculture for permission to cut the trees?
But according to the new law, they have to acquire permission from the Department of Agriculture to cut heritage trees. Yes. So
Is there a board in place?
Excuse me?
Is there a board in place that makes these decisions?
Currently there's no board existing in place yet. No.
Okay, Senator.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So we're now seeing the aerial shot of the site that we are discussing today, and I'm going to ask either Ms. Paul or Mr. Chapman to please give us an overview of what's in front of us.
Sydney, do you want to?
Now you're changing this. Yes, right there.
Okay. So go ahead, Sid, you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I couldn't go off of mute when I was sharing the screen. I'll bring it back up right now. So what you're seeing here, Senators, is an aerial shot of the area and remainder parcel 5. To the east, you'll see some red roofs. That is the St. Croix Educational Complex and Vocational School. To the west, on the west side of the rendering, is the Department of Agriculture offices and the Agriculture Fairgrounds. To the south, you'll see a long road. That is Queen Mary Highway, Centerline Road. And just south of that, where the S is, would be just in front of the UBI RT Park headquarters at 64 West. So south of this road is the UBI St. Croix campus. And then to the north, you'll see towards the end, where I have the end for north, that entire section in the back is what we described, where there will be active farming happening. So the majority of the buildings will be toward the south near Queen Mary Highway.
Thank you for your explanation. So the north is where the agriculture activity will take place, and on the south, which we can't really see that well on the view that's in front of us, but that's where what did you say?
That's where we will have the buildings, most of the buildings.
That's where most of the buildings will be located.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the information, and thank you to Senator Carrion for asking that important, or making that important suggestion and recommendation. Senator Javon E. James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Chapman, page 2 of your testimony, dated November 16, 2021, you stated that we, meaning you, well, you stated that we are making an appeal for us, which is the legislature, to advance Bill 34-0145 as soon as possible. I must admit I sat in several of the working sessions between the RT Park and the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I, Senator Javon James, do appreciate your hard work, but I don't want us to paint a picture of desperation here today when you keep using these words that you have in your testimony. It just seems like it's like some doom and gloom situation. I don't like that. And if that's the case, it should have been communicated to us prior to and way before. And if you did that with other of my colleagues, I, Senator Javon James, was not included. So let's just place that on the record. Because you mentioned that we stand to lose $18 million in private financing. The public is listening, and they're making it seem like it's a lack of action by the legislature of the Virgin Islands. So let's not paint a picture of doom and gloom here. I'm just asking you, please. And you mentioned in your testimony about the principal of Renaissance Equity Partners. Who are the principal? Or who is the principal?
The principal is Robert K. Jenkins. And we received, Senator, a letter which was shared with some of your colleagues from Mr. Jenkins, indicating that we have until November 15th to achieve site control, or he will shift the money set aside for us to another project. So, Senator, I say respectfully, it is a doom and gloom urgent situation, which is why I've used this language. And we have been communicating with several senators throughout this process. This has been literally a 2-year process, Senator.
So you're basically throwing that job at specific senators. I just want to make it clear because I wasn't in those conversations. And
I understand.
You made mention on page 10 of your testimony that 62% of the site will be used for agricultural related activities, including farming and agricultural research.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, 26 acres will be dedicated for this site, right?
26 acres, correct. And approximately 17 acres of that 26 acres will be used for farming and agricultural related activities, including research. That is correct.
17. So let's speak specifically to the 17 acres. Commissioner Positive Nelson, what's your take on this 17 acres being dedicated? You had a very brief testimony. I would like for you to elaborate some more on your vision and what you would like to see with those 17 acres, please.
1 minute.
The 17 acres as it relates to what I would like to see the RT Park do with it, or what we'd like to see happen with those 17 acres in general?
Whichever one you want to answer.
Well, I got to put in context of what we're discussing here today. I know that the RT Park is planning to do cassava research. I, in particular, would have been more interested in them advancing research that was already done by the university and adding to the food supply by having, you're having a hotel created there that you're actually growing food and greens that's utilized by your teaching hotel. And actually that can be, released into this community in some kind of way.
Time.
Cassava, I'm not certain the benefit of cassava research to us right now. Then that would be my one concern.
Madam Chair, I have one final question. Currently, we have discussions going on with Act 8404 that speaks of agricultural plan. And you mentioned UVI, and UVI is a part of the discussion when it comes to the agricultural plan. So as we speak about dedicating so many acres, 17 acres to agriculture-related activities, I'm really hoping and praying that at some point, because I know there's a committee of the whole and just discussion, but from now until session, somebody need to come forward stating what and how the agricultural plan will be incorporated in this RT Park. And Madam Chair, that is my 2 cents in this very important conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Chapman, you want to respond to the senator regarding exactly what the plans are? Just reiterating.
Yes. So thank you, Senate President. So Senator James, the plan, which has been in development for several years now, it will entail, as the initial phase of the agricultural part of the project, the institution of a company called Impact Traits. Impact Traits is based on St. Thomas. They have a patent intellectual property on a process for growing toxin-free root vegetables. The initial crop is going to be cassava, but the crops are going to be rotated periodically, every few seasons. The first is just cassava, but it's not the only crop. That company, Impact Traits, will be working closely with the agricultural department and professionals at the University of the Virgin Islands on research to help create additional, what Richard Warburg calls traits, that can be used for sustainable commercial scale agriculture. So this is a patented technology. There's been a lot of work put into this, and they will be the anchor tenant on the site, and they will be using much of the farmland for venture farming, for the initial farming of that crop. So that's where most of that 17 acres that you referenced will be used. And UVI has been squarely in that loop with Dr. Warburg. So just to be clear, there is a great deal of synergy between Impact Traits and the researchers at the University of the Virgin Islands. I appreciate your question.
Mr. Chapman, I want you to take it a step further. Could you please break down venture farming for the sake of the community and those listening and viewing?
Yes. So what we loosely refer to as venture farming, it's simply farming that is related to the research that will be taking place at the site. And it's just the first phase of the farming. So the farming that will be done by Impact Traits. Not all of their farming activity will be done on this site. This represents just the first phase. Their goal is to create value-added products from these root vegetables, and the products will be sold locally and throughout the Caribbean, and as I said in my remarks, throughout Latin America and also Africa. So this is large-scale food production that we're talking about, but the research will take place on this site, and the initial farming will also take place on this site.
Thank you for your response. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
A pleasant good afternoon, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to our testifiers, colleagues, as well as our listening and viewing audience. I really find it very interesting and invigorating, the conversations that we are having relative to the proposed development and the rezoning of the proposed land to accommodate this development. I believe it's a visionary product to put to use properties for mixed use. I just have some questions, and those are going to be directed primarily to Mr. Chapman, based on my experience in developing mixed-use, mixed-income properties at the turn of this century. I was the project manager at one point for a private development company who started off and kicked off the redevelopment of Louis E. Brown, as well as the Hoffman-Nulleberg development in St. Thomas. This is a mixed-use, mixed-income property financing. Is that correct, Mr. Chapman?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. And you're going to utilize with this type of structural financing for this project tax-exempt bonds. No tax-exempt bonds are being used?
No. If I may, Senator, I will tell you everything that is in the capital stack for the first phase. We will have equity, private equity from Renaissance Equity Partners, Their fund was set up by the Kresge and Rockefeller Foundations. We will have financing through Dwight Capital. That financing will be backed by the U.S. Department of Housing, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development through the 221D program, and we will have gap funding on the construction side in the form of CDBG-DR. Those are the only elements of the capital stack for the first phase.
Okay, and so you're not utilizing any type of LIHTC funding at all as a source? Okay.
No, this is not, and I want to be clear about this, Senator. It's a good question. This is not a project that will compete with the other projects taking place in the territory that really support households really at 50% of area median income and below. This will be workforce, market rate workforce housing, affordable to middle income people and young professionals, which is where the biggest gap exists in the Virgin Islands.
And I thank you for the opportunity for the clarification, because I do note in your statement on page 7, you mentioned the 66 units of new workforce housing. And it's a terminology that some persons may not be familiar with compared to affordable housing. So you're not, in fact, competing against the affordable housing market.
No, we're not. We're not. It is affordable to our, what we call loosely, the workforce. So middle income people who earn up to, I believe it's 125% more or less of the area median income.
Okay, and my questions relative to that was, of course, propelled by your preliminary market study. I did a really quick read of it, and I noted that in some instances your preliminary market study did have some comparison. Madam Chair, may I do a wrap up? I wanted to also ask you relative to the issues pertaining to how quickly you anticipate being able to produce and get things moving forward on this end, on this project. I know you spoke about timelines. Once we approve the rezoning and the conveyance, what do you look at as being the timetables to actually fill the housing and absorb the have the units filled and be able to be occupied?
Sure. So the time, and thank you for the question, Senator. The timeline is assuming that we can cross this threshold. We will be starting construction early second quarter of 2022, and we are looking at a 12 to 16 month construction schedule for the first phase. And that is for a project of this scope and nature. That is fairly standard.
Yes,
and
it is.
So for occupancy, we believe, based on the market study, based on the keen demand that is manifest in the Novogradac market study, we believe that we will end up with a waiting list, which means that people will have signed up for all of the units before we are even finished construction.
Right, and so this will be able to help you generate revenues as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Let me just ask very quickly. You talked about the first phase of the project, and
yes.
You noted that the first phase will be funded via private equity and gap funding from CDBG-DR dollars, correct? I want to be clear.
Actually, most of the funding is coming from Dwight Capital in New York City, and that funding is contingent on private equity as well. So $18 million will be coming. $18 million of the $25 million of the first phase is coming from private sources. The $7 million is coming from CDBG-DR.
Okay, so private equity, 18 million. 7 million gap funding, correct, from CDBG dollars, correct?
Correct.
That's gap funding. Okay, so where I'm going with this, I'm trying to ask. So the first phase entails, I would like for you to share with us how many phases you're looking at and what the first phase clearly entails. What do we anticipate seeing in the second phase? What is the expectation in order for us to see a second phase, and so on and so forth?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senate President. So the first phase will consist of 66 units of housing. So the affordable market rate housing, or however one wants to describe it, workforce housing. It will also include 18,000 square feet of research and development and office space. It will also include farmland, significant amount of farmland to support the research and development and commercial activity being done in those 18,000 square feet, much of which will be occupied by Impact Trace, the St. Thomas-based microbiology sustainable development company. And so those are the elements of the first phase. In order to get to the second phase, we have to begin working in earnest on the first phase. And in the second phase, we will have a business hotel that will also serve as a teaching hotel at no cost to the university. It will specifically support the university's hospitality management program. And Director Nelson said something or other about wanting to ensure that, and I'm paraphrasing, wanting to ensure that the hotel is a vehicle for supporting local farmers and supporting local agriculture, and that's exactly how the hotel is being conceptualized. And each phase is, and I'm dealing in round numbers, Senate President, each phase is approximately $25 million, which is how I got to the $50 million total project cost. I should also point out, in conclusion to your question, we will also have, as part of that hotel phase, we will also have a conference center that will accommodate up to 300 individuals. We don't have a conference center like that on St. Croix. We desperately need one. We will also have what we call an outdoor food hall, which will be a place, a small venue that accommodates local food vendors, retailers. It will include open space. And so those are the elements of Tech Village.
Okay, so good explanation. So the second phase is hinged on our ability to move forward with the first phase. That's
Correct.
An accurate assumption?
Correct.
What would prevent the second phase from moving forward? What would be any pitfalls, et cetera, from the second phase moving forward?
You know, there really aren't any obstacles, Senator, to the second phase moving forward, other than not being able to commence working on the first phase.
Okay, that's we're going to hold you to that. Okay, so that's important information. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chapman briefly kind of answered the question, but he didn't tell me how we went from 40 to 50. He just explained that he's to 50 million. In other words, his presentation in December, Mr. Chapman, you talk about $40 million to complete the entire phase, and in November, you're now to 50.
Yes.
So
yes.
What's the difference in your drawing or your project that you went from 40 to 50?
Yes. So the difference is really three major factors, perhaps four. So number one, the cost of steel has increased considerably, which means that our project costs have increased. Second of all, we have in response to a very positive, favorable public input on this project over a course of year and a half of being out in the community, what we heard from people is that they wanted to see more housing, and in the case of a segment of the business community, they wanted to see more office and R&D space. So we went from 60 units to 66 units. We went from 12,000 square feet of office and R&D space up to 18,000 square feet. So those are the factors, Senator, for increasing the costs of the first phase. In the second phase, we completed a market study, or we had a market study completed in between our last major presentation and this one. And based on that market study, we went back and we refined our numbers because we thought our numbers were a little bit too low. So that's why we increased the price of the second phase to roughly $25 million as well for the hotel and for the other site improvements, including enhancements to the parking. We wanted to make sure that the people who have been parking on the site for decades, I believe, attending the farmers market, had nicer parking. And so we built into our project costs on our dime additional improved infrastructure for parking as well. So all of those things increased our development costs roughly over the period of a year.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So it's basically the expansion and costs and supply and demand issues, bottom line. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And good afternoon. Good afternoon to all my colleagues and viewing and listening audience. This is a kind of complex issue, I believe, because we do have to strike the balance between development and farming. Two things that are kind of dear to me when we talk about food security, food production, developing agriculture, but also economic diversification. And I think that's the key word in what we're talking about today, is about diversifying our economy without leaving behind the agriculture component, including in that economic diversification, including the agriculture industry and ensuring its development. But yes, I do have some concerns and I do have some questions that I would like some answers to this afternoon. And one of them, I'm not too clear. I heard the Commissioner for Department of Agriculture talk about 400 jobs, but RT is talking about 300 jobs. So what's really the numbers? Are we just throwing numbers out here, or what are we really looking into?
Right. So we've been very. Let me give you the breakdown, Senator, of our numbers. So the 300 jobs are permanent jobs, and those are tied to businesses that will operate at the site. There will be another 140 construction jobs over multiple phases. And I believe that is where, I can't speak for Commissioner Nelson, but I believe that's where Commissioner Nelson got the number of over 400 jobs. He was combining the 300 permanent jobs with the 140 construction jobs during the construction phases. I want to point out, we have not even included in our numbers the hotel jobs, because we didn't want to plump up our numbers. We wanted to have good numbers. So we went with what we know right now.
Yeah, it's always better to be conservative than to puff up the numbers and then not be able to deliver it. So thank you for clarifying that. Now, following that same line, one of my greatest concern is sometimes a lack of opportunity for local training and workforce development. What kind of opportunities would be available now with the new Tech Village, especially for young people and those that might just have a diploma? So
yes.
I would like to.
Yes. Yeah. So for starters, I wanted to amplify something I said during my remarks with respect to your question. So for starters, the anchor tenant on this site, Impact Trades, they will operate according to a cooperative model, which means that they will have the company owned by local farmers. And I want to underscore that. So it's not just jobs, it's economic opportunities. So it by definition will give local farmers an opportunity to own a major business or stake in a major business. We will also utilize the platform that we have as a mission-based organization to ensure that UVI students, both current and future, have an opportunity to get trained for the jobs that emanate within the companies that land here, and that is just part of our business model. We will also do our level best to ensure that high school students, particularly at the educational complex, have access to these jobs. Now, the training that will take place will be very, very customized training. Some of it more technical than other training. There will be a number of research-oriented jobs that will require a higher level of training, and we'll have some jobs that don't require as much skill and therefore don't require as much training.
Well, thank you for sharing that detailed explanation on training and workforce development. I think my time has been called. I hope we have a second round. Yes, I do have a. So what percentage do you think, based on our current workforce and local capacity, will qualify for these jobs? Sometimes you hear about jobs and we have issues and a lack of qualification, and they're filled by people that are not from the territory.
Right. So based on, and that's a good question, Senator, based on what we know right now about the businesses that will occupy the site, I will say that 80% of the jobs will be accessible to local Virgin Islanders. And some of that is by definition, particularly as it relates to impact trades. Their model is about local ownership, but we will have some other smaller enterprises that are more technical, and we'll have to do a little bit more work with them to ensure that those jobs are accessible to Virgin Islanders. And we will also be using the platform that we created over the past year called Vista Plus as a mechanism for connecting companies on the Tech Village site with people within the Virgin Islands diaspora. They may be on the mainland US, Europe, Asia, Africa. And so we want to define our labor shed as being not just folks here, okay, but also people throughout the Virgin Islands diaspora.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Did I hear a point of inquiry? Yes. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick point of inquiry to Mr. Peter Chapman. Since you're urging us to advance Bill number 34.0145 as soon as possible, I'm just kindly asking you to circulate a correspondence from Robert K. Jenkins regarding the site that we're discussing here today and the funding, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Will do, Senator.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Saro, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon to all. Mr. Chapman, good afternoon. Do you consider this the area where we rezoning for prime agricultural land?
I consider, and I'm looking at it right now, I consider a portion of it to be agricultural land or prime agricultural land. A significant amount of it is used for parking. There is also a significant swath of it that houses a vacant trailer. So no, that is not prime agricultural land, but a portion of it is.
Okay, so the other question would be Act 6836, which is a Sustainable Agricultural Act. Does this in any way conflict with that existing act?
No, because the dominant use of the site will be agriculture, and I think it's important to look at this site within the historical context of its current use, and a big swath of the site is currently used for parking.
Okay, so hold a second,
and
Mr.
so-
Chapman. Hold 1 second. So this is in the opportunity zone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Frederickstead needs a little life back into it. Does the opportunity zone extend to Frederickstead?
The opportunity zone includes portions of Frederickstead and also Christiansted.
Okay. So hold a second. So the question for me, I'm not against development, but I just wanted to be fair in the discussion and not always be tilted in one direction. So is there a possibility for land closer to Frederickstead to revitalize the town of Frederickstead?
No, not within the economic realities of this project. So to give you a little bit of background, because we've
I only
literally
have
been
4
working on
minutes.
this for years.
I only have 4 minutes. How long is your background?
It's very quick. I just wanted to tell you that we looked at probably 7 sites in Frederickstead and in Christiansted, and they could not meet the muster of an opportunity zone project as required by the financial institutions that we were working with. Nor could we acquire property at a reasonable amount of money. Most of the properties were being sold for well into the millions, and that is not something that the economics of a mission-based project like this can afford.
Okay, so let's go to the hotel. Have you done a study on what the occupancy rate would be? Because I'm not from St. Croix, but you're surrounded by the school, Golden Grove Prison is somewhere in the area, the university. Has a study been done of people that will come and stay in a hotel smack dead right there? Okay.
Yes, we completed we had a market study. We had a market study completed, and the market study showed that a 120 key hotel, business hotel in this location would have very, very high occupancy. And that is because we have very limited inventory on the island of St. Croix.
So what would your rack rate be?
Oh, I can't remember, Senator, but I can easily get that information for you.
Okay. Through the chair, I'd like to know what the rack rate would be for the hotel.
Right.
And the return of investment on that. And lastly, let's go to agriculture, since I looked at the map in front of us, and it looks 50-50 to me, but I could not be seeing right. Because you said 70% of the land, but it looks like kind of half and half.
Time.
May I conclude? May I conclude? Okay. So on the agricultural component, has a study been done on the types of produce that you'll be farming? Do you have a market to sell to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The quick answer is yes. The most extensive market feasibility work has been done by the principals of impact traits. They are investing a significant amount of money into this project, and the model entails research, but also the creation of the planting and harvesting of crops that will be used for value-added products that generate revenue. And the business will be owned through a cooperative model that will be accessible to local farmers.
Okay. And just to conclude, we're having 2 discussions today. One where the RT Park has done their homework. They have a plan laid out, and they've brought it before the body. But the Department of Agriculture, you cannot continue business as usual where you have farmers. We really have to address the leases, the permits, people on land without documentation. Come on, that has to be addressed. Accountability, Senator Nelson, because if you were sitting in this body today, the roof would have blown off. Because I sat next to you the entire time, so you would have been upset. You got to do better on this.
Would you like a response, or are you just gonna?
No response needed, because every time people come before us, time and time again, no lease, who ain't paying the lease? I mean, it's crazy. That has to be cleaned up. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Commissioner, what say you?
Speaking to me, Madam President.
What
Madam
say
President,
you?
I indicated to you all earlier that there's been a revised lease process. The department does not forward the lease. We follow up and try to get movement. The traffic jam is at PNP. They've been recently revised the process and hopefully it should move forward better from here forward. The issue we ran into, I didn't create it. We're trying to clean it up. Yes, it's a big mess. And it's, as you stated, there are farmers sitting on this same problem with over 20-some years. I've met it. We are trying to meet it. We've met with them extensively. My deputy commissioner is on board, is on the meeting here. She can tell you precisely what's been done, and we are moving forward. It is not the Department of Agriculture's sole problem. And I would just like for everybody to make that clear. I am accountable for the actions here at the department. I take opposition to that statement being made. I understand the frustration. We are dealing with the frustration firsthand. It's very frustrating to us as well, but it's not solely on the department to move the process forward. And those are the things that we need to look at legislatively that we can change, including the need to have leases come in front of the legislature. That's also a process that needs to be changed. Thank you for the allowing
I was
me to
about
respond.
to ask you that very question. Do you see where the process that we currently have is actually preventing the Department of Agriculture from being successful in ensuring that leases are in fact in place? And I think you just said yes. But the question I still have for you is, so you, of course, we have to be a little tougher on you because you were a legislator, and we know that nothing prevents, if a department or agency recognizes that they're experiencing difficulty with being great, they can put together legislation, work with a particular senator or a number of senators, if they choose, to in fact move that agenda forward. So what's preventing the Department of Agriculture from putting some, language together to give, us some perspective as to what really needs to happen? Just be mindful that we do not do this work every day. So if we don't do it every day, then while we may talk about it, we suspect or we believe that the entity that's responsible, that wants to make that positive impact, change, etc., will work on drafting the legislation or the language, and then we could take it from there. But, this has to be a partnership. We can't continue to say the legislature can do. You are considered a stakeholder, and stakeholders have to also play a role in the process. So
Senate
I urge
President,
you to
may
do
I
that.
respond?
And I'm going to ask the Commissioner of Property and Procurement, Mr. Thomas, based on the discussion that we heard earlier from Commissioner Nelson, how can we address this particular challenge? Because I believe every time the Commissioner of Agriculture comes before the legislature, hence the frustration of some of us, we continue to hear the same thing. So clearly the onus, based on your colleague, is placed on the Department of Property and Procurement. So we need to hear from you. What is it that Property and Procurement is doing to address this issue? And likewise, if it is an issue, why is it that we haven't seen some form of a language, legislation, recommendation, etc., that we can work with to make this process seamless and accountable? I think you're on mute, Commissioner. You're on mute, Commissioner Thomas? You're on mute. Commissioner Thomas, you are on mute. You may proceed now. Oh, you're frozen. Can you?
Senate President, may I additionally add some feedback?
One minute. Can you hear us, Commissioner? If you could hear us, wave your hand. Can you speak? Are you speaking? Okay, so we can't hear you. So we're gonna allow Go ahead.
Deputy Commissioner.
Go
Deputy
ahead. You may
Commissioner
proceed.
I just wanted to say, as Commissioner
Put your name on the
Nelson
record.
said,
Put your name
I'm
on the
sorry,
record.
It's Hannah Carty, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Agriculture. I just wanted to add on to what the Commissioner was saying, also additionally respond to some of your inquiries. It has been a long road, but we have been working, me in particular, but also with Commissioner Thomas's team. We have been working to narrow out the process for farmers and rolled out that program in August with a small group of individuals. Additionally, as part of the Ag Plan, which is mandated by your body, and as the chairperson for the regulatory subcommittee, we have a recommendation that will be coming forward to the legislature for review on the lease process.
Great.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you for your response, Assistant Commissioner Carty. Commissioner Thomas, you may proceed.
All right. Thank you very much, Senate President. I think what Commissioner Nelson meant to say was while agriculture managed the process prior to 2019, in this last year, Ms. Carty alluded to it, is that Property and Procurement had taken a stance on addressing those inconsistencies that was historical across the territory, not only at agriculture, but at several other agencies as well as ours. And we have been working to streamline the process and create one process in which everyone that is using government property has to go through, and that every individual who is on government property will be required to have a document giving them the approval to do so. Prior to this year, the Department of Property and Procurement did not manage all the leases, but within the confines of the Virgin Islands Code, all government property is our responsibility, and we had begun the process of consolidating and driving that process to become more accountable and more transparent for the Virgin Islands.
Thank you for your response. So if I understand you correctly, you said that prior to this year, the leases, for the most part, were managed by the Department of Agriculture. And
that's correct, sir.
yes, that's what I heard. And you have taken the process over because of your concerns with the process?
Taken over because of the many individuals who do not have leases, one, or the lack of content in the leases that are being used to manage government property, not only at agriculture, but at several other, within other departments. There is no substance to some of the leasing processes that exist outside of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Okay, I just wonder if you have the capacity to take that on. I think that I heard a point of inquiry, Senator Saro, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you. So farmers don't exist unless there's a lease. And we've concluded just now that many farmers are unable to receive a lease. So how many applicants do you have outstanding in this process? And Commissioner Nelson, Part B would be, how many of the people are forward in this category? Have you had those have you been able to interface with those to whom this development may impact?
I can try to answer that question on behalf of Commissioner Nelson.
Okay.
The individuals that we have right now exactly that have occupancy permits, I do not have that number in front of me. I believe it's somewhere in around 100 individuals or so that have occupancy permits that need leases. We had a soft rollout of the new application process, I believe in August of this year, to try and get individuals up to speed on the documentation that would be required for them to get a lease with the government. We have the application available on our website. If people are interested in acquiring farmland, I believe we have about 5 to 10 applications for new individuals interested in receiving farmland. Outstanding, we have, I believe, 5 individuals on the District of St. Croix and 5 individuals on the District of St. Thomas that we're trying to work with to work through this initial process to go from occupancy permit to lease, so we can ensure that the process moves smoothly. And if anyone else is interested, they can reach the department. We have the documents available on what documentation they will need. But we're going through this test phase to ensure of how long it takes and to figure out what else will be required from these individuals so we have a smooth process in place.
Part B was those who are impacted by this development. Was there a conversation? Did you have a roundtable discussion with them?
The commissioners, I believe, said earlier that he spoke with the gentleman who was on the land, and they had a conversation about moving, and he's partnering with someone at this time, but the department is also willing to help him move to wherever he needs to be. But I believe the commissioner had something he wanted to add.
Commissioner?
Not necessarily, because the same answer is that most of the farmers fall into this category. And with the revised process, there are several proposals that's been sitting here. Many several. We have about 30-something proposals where people have submitted proposals for use of farmland. They will have to, now that we are testing the new process, they will have to come back in and fill out that extended application to go along with their proposal, which will better put them in a position for moving along forward. This is not the first time we've done. Since coming in here, PMP has been working hard. They've had a few changes at their helm regarding the process being slowed as far as revamping. And now we finally got it revamped and hoping to get it through the process. That's all I really have to add to it.
Thank you for your response. I think I heard a point of inquiry. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. Through the chair to Mr. Chapman. When we were speaking about the agriculture aspect of it, you spoke to a specific entity being in control of the 17 acres in regards to growing cassava, et cetera. What was the process for selecting that entity, and specifically why cassava?
So I want to be clear, Senator, and thank you for your question. The only entity that will be in control of the land is the RT Park. The entity you're talking about is Impact Traits, and Impact Traits is run by a gentleman who has a technology business in the territory in St. Thomas, and he's part of the RT Park program. So our conversations with him go back literally years, when he learned about the new RT Park model and our focus on sustainable agriculture as outlined in Title 17. He started to share his vision with us. Thus began the process of working with him to craft something that would create opportunities of scale and local ownership in this business for farmers, for local St. Croix farmers.
I want clarity in regards to, so basically you didn't speak to anybody else. He came and have a conversation with you, you liked the conversation, and you stuck with that one person. Because I'm trying to understand, was it open to others to come and potentially have the opportunity to be the one to provide that service? But based on what you're saying, it sounds like you only spoke to one person.
So I guess I don't understand your question, Senator, but let me take a step back to kind of explain our process as an economic development organization. We do proactive sector-based marketing, okay? And through that marketing, we have the individuals that step forward that we have told the Virgin Islands story too. Sometimes we have companies that once they learn about the work that we're engaged in, they approached us. So there was really no reason, since we had a local entrepreneur based here and willing to launch a business that would provide economic impact and that would provide social impact because it would provide for local ownership. I guess I don't understand your question because based on how we work, there was no need to talk to anyone else, but maybe you can help me better understand your question.
Well, in better understanding it, you're asking us to make all this effort so you could get the property. We want to build all these things. And I guess for me, it's a technology park. So I guess I was under the impression that the potential for the individuals to deal with that aspect of it might have been more open, so you could have had other options, because maybe his vision is only one vision. So there might have had someone else that might have had something else that could have been more suited. But based on what you're saying, once you put out a message, if somebody comes to you and you corroborate, that person more than likely has been selected to deal with that aspect of this project.
Thank you, Senator.
Is that what he's saying?
I think the question has been asked and answered. Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. We're now going to go to Senator Milton Potter for your 4 minutes. Senator Potter?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all to my colleagues. Afternoon to the testifiers. Mr. Chapman, I give you kudos. I think you made a strong case as to why we ought to approve Bill number 34-0145. But I have a couple questions, that I think warrant a little bit of clarification. And first question really is to Assistant Commissioner Richards. Assistant Commissioner Richards, I know we are all well familiar of the one-step upzoning of a property from A1 to A2. However, there's also a proposal to rezone some of the properties in question from A1 to B3, which is a multi-step rezoning action. Does the Department of Planning and Natural Resources have any reservations whatsoever about this?
I won't say we have. Good afternoon, Senator Potter. I won't say that we have reservation to the extent that we have had extended conversation with the RT Park. We understand the concept. We discussed with them the potential for the rezoning of the property that fronts Queen Mary Highway, and that it provides the necessary infrastructure that they would need that would be consistent or compatible with the type of development they want to do in that area. So at this point, we, in general and in principle, support the approach that they're using. However, when the property goes through the zoning process, we will be able to hear from all parties concerned, and we'll be able to provide a very specific recommendation consistent with our process of going through a rezoning hearing.
Okay. So you kind of reserve the right for reevaluate this at a later time?
Say that again? I'm sorry.
So you reserve the right, DPNR reserves the right to reevaluate this recommendation at a later time?
Yes, in general, yes, but the rezoning component of the project is not before you, according to what the amendment in the nature of a substitute is. So if the process moves ahead and application is made to the department for rezoning, we will carry that through the process and come back with a detailed recommendation to the body.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Richards. Mr. Chapman, I notice from time to time you strategically sprinkled in some comments about the possibilities of the Renaissance Equity Group doing something on the island of St. Thomas. As a senator from the St. Thomas St. John district, was that just to pique our interest as St. Thomas senators and garner support for the initiative?
No.
Or is there something that you can talk to us about, possibilities on St. Thomas?
Right. Thank you for the question, Senator. So no, those who have worked with me, like Senator Francis, Senator Villalay, know I'm a very straight shooter. So this was not intended to pique your interest. That was a statement of fact. Renaissance Equity is a company that has a Virgin Islands-wide strategy, and that means St. Croix and St. Thomas. They've started with St. Croix because that's where I asked the principal of the company to start. And so he is very engaged in the St. Croix project, but he ultimately wants to get to St. Thomas because he wants to do deals of greater scale there. To that extent, Senator, he has started talking through us. We don't have at this point, we're not an owner or a developer of anything on St. Thomas, but he has started talking to two different groups, okay? One is engaged in hotel development. The other one is engaged in residential and mixed use development, both within the opportunity zone of St. Thomas. So those are real conversations. They are not as advanced as the work that's taking place in St. Croix, obviously, but I highlight that because I want to ensure that I'm stressing the sense of urgency about all of this.
Okay, thank you for that. I know you mentioned the hotel, and just to piggyback off of the hotel proposal. Now, St. Thomas is the hotel and tourism center, basically just factually looking at things here in the Virgin Islands. Was St. Thomas ever considered for that hotel development project? Wouldn't that have been a more strategic and prudent step to actually have the hotel portion here on St. Thomas? You said it's a teaching, sort of teaching hotel also.
No, I wouldn't say that St. Thomas is more prudent for that asset. The fund that we are working with, HBCU Opportunity Fund, run by Renaissance Equity, they're a mission-based organization. Okay, so they look at double bottom line. They have to make money, but they also want to support projects that will make an impact, especially on areas surrounding HBCUs. Okay, so they don't look at this as an either-or proposition. They are looking broadly, strategically, not to embarrass Mr. Jenkins, but he's a visionary guy, so he wants to do a number of things in the Virgin Islands because he recognizes our value.
Okay. Mr. Chapman, you mentioned the term transformational a couple of times, I believe, in your presentation, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to elaborate as to what is really transformational about this project for those who may not be very familiar with the details.
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator Potter. So for starters, okay, and I want to be clear about this, this is an agricultural research anchored project, okay? So what that means is there will be research that is done here in the Virgin Islands, okay, that creates products that help feed Virgin Islanders and which can get exported to other places. And that's ultimately how you create wealth. The other aspect of this that is transformational is that the anchor tenant, the anchor business, okay, will be locally owned, okay? So Dr. Warburg is seeking to engage local people, local farmers, not just through a traditional employment model, but through an ownership model. That is transformational. The other thing that's transformational about this is that it is mixed use, okay? It will include the office space, which helps to attract jobs because you need a place for companies to land, and it includes housing for our workforce. We don't have any market rate workforce housing, multifamily housing, rental housing in the pipeline on St. Croix. The other aspect of this that is transformational is that I believe this will be the first project of any scale that harnesses the opportunity zone. So I want to make sure that folks, the viewing audience, understands that we didn't draw these boundaries. These boundaries were drawn by previous governor's administration because they saw the potential and the need for economic development in huge swaths of St. Croix, including the area that we're talking about. So there are a number of aspects of this that make it transformational. And finally, getting private sector investment. You know, I've lived here for 3.5, going on 4 years. And what I see is a lot of publicly funded projects, mostly publicly funded. That's not what the RT Park is doing. We are using our platform. We are using our relationships to bring private capital to the territory. That is how you send a positive message to the investor community. So this is transformational on all sides. There is nothing in this that represents a net loss for Virgin Islanders.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the extra time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Kurt A. Vila, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. St. Croix needs some hotel rooms, so let me just start with that. We do need development on this island, and we need it even more now with the loss of Lime Tree. So we must expand that economic base on St. Croix. I am a supporter of this particular project. My concern was the utilization of agricultural property. We made sure through this bill that there is a direct swap so that we don't reduce the amount of agricultural property that is available for farmers in the Virgin Islands. So there is a direct swap. Of the 26 acres, only 9 acres are going to be rezoned for business or be tree scattered. So the rest of the land, all that is being transferred, will remain zoned as agriculture. However, there is 1 or 2 concerns that I know we have to deal with. One is, and it was pointed out by the good farmer, Nato Leaf, so we do read your comments in which there is concern that one of our whereas clauses say that there are no existing farm leases on the property, which is true. Farm leases, but there are existing farmers on the property because of the work permit. So we're going to delete that particular whereas clause because we don't want the legislation or what is in the whereas clause to be the impetus for that farmer not to be fairly dealt with. So we're going to remove that particular clause. Now, Mr. Chapman, an easy direct question. I think that, you know, we are going to, hopefully, this will pass in session on Thursday. And my biggest concern is a farmer who exists on the property. He has made substantial investment in erecting pens and putting up fences, et cetera, for his livestock. Is there any way that directly through the RT Park, when this conveyance is done, that direct assistance can be given to that particular farmer in reference to the losses that he's going to incur? I heard $6,000.
Absolutely, unequivocal, yes. We don't want something like that to derail a project that we desperately need, and we also don't want to see an innocent farmer placed at a disadvantage. So we're committed to working on a solution that works for that individual. Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, and that would give us the financial wherewithal to be able to help the farmer to utilize another property. Now, Mr. Commissioner Nelson, would the Department of Agriculture fully assist with the transition for that particular farmer, and that transition would mean the preparation of the land, being able to get a next land the same size, and the preparation of that particular land. Mr. Chapman have said that he is going to help the farmer with the financial aspect as to what he's already put in, because he'll have to erect new fences, etc. Would you be able to assist in terms of land preparation, identification of another property?
Yes, Mr. Senator Viale, we can. I want to keep in mind as we talk about compensating the gentleman for money spent, he did give me a precise list of his costs, which included pay that he made towards the department for land prep.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. Mr. Chapman have said that he is willing to have those discussions in reference to assisting the farmer financially for what was already spent. So I would like to know if you and Mr. Chapman can coordinate the transition of the farmer from the property, both property-wise and financial part would be taken care of by Mr. Chapman, so that we can have, if it's 6 acres he's on, another site with 6 acres that's built out with fences, pens, etc., so that we can transition a person.
Yeah, he's on 10. Yes, so we don't mind, and hopefully RT Park will also pay for the land prep, because that would be doing it twice.
Yeah, well, the key that we have to do, not that Mr. Chapman, the key is that this body can't displace somebody. Okay, we don't want that. We don't want to displace a local farmer. So we have to make sure that the one person that is farming there, we take care of. Was time called, madam? Can you guys formalize a document that can be shared with the farmer as to, because we don't want to move him off the property because we're beginning to start construction and he don't have any place to put his 60 sheep and goats and pigs. So if you can try to formalize something so that we can take care of this individual. Now, there's an agreement back from the 24th legislature that Mr. Dale Brown spoke about in reference to farmland that was given to the University of the Virgin Islands. And when you go back to the warranty deed, it speaks that that land, in collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park, etc., would have been utilized for some of those uses. The land is directly across on Castleburg on the East Airport Road by the stoplight. So from Durant Farm, go all the way back to Golden Grove is farmed. If you pass Complex, you come in east. You pass Complex, you take the right as if you're going to the airport. There's farm from there all the way across from Carr that is farmed by local farmers. And some of those property has been turned over to the University of the Virgin Islands. And there's a clause in the warranty deed that says that as long as the land is being farmed, that the university cannot utilize the land. But now, since we are taking care of the RT Park, it is time for us to turn back over the land to Department of Agriculture from Durant, go all the way to Carr, because we are now satisfying the need that existed for the RT Park. And it was some 200 acres that was deeded to the University of the Virgin Islands. The back portion isn't really agriculture because it has a gut. This is from the territorial court to the corner by the stoplight, go back to the highway. Okay, so that's 200 acres. A good portion of that is farmed by local farmers that have been farming there for 20, 25 years. The land is deeded to the University of the Virgin Islands because there were plans years ago to do something similar. So with us getting this conveyance over to the university, it is time for us to convey the land back to the farmers so that the Durant, the Carr, the Bermudas, and all of those farmers don't have to be displaced at any particular time. Would you agree with that, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Senator, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Commissioner Nelson.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Thank you so much. Madam Chair, thank you. That's all I... Oh, my last question. Do we have an executed agreement with Impact Trades? Mr. Chapman?
We have a term sheet. We expect to have their agreement executed at our November board meeting, which is in a couple of weeks.
Would the Tech Village be available to other entities that want to conduct farming research?
Absolutely, and that is a critical sector of ours where we aggressively market our resources and capabilities. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Veely. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner Nelson, I would like to ask you a question about the land, especially that parking lot. Let's make it clear that cars have been parking on. Agriculture going up on what, 50 years now?
The agriculture fair?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's going up on 50 years, and that area that's going to be constructed with the homes and the hotel and everything, have we done a test on that soil to prove that that soil has been contaminated all of these years?
The department has not done a test. It was not the department's interest to develop that property of such. No, we have not done a test.
I think that would be important so that people could understand that that land for the last 50 years or plus, cars have been parking there, oil have been leaking. Some of your equipment been there leaking right there too. So chances are that soil is not fertile, especially where they're going to be doing the project. They're going to farm on the next piece of the land, which is the better piece of land for farming. So it's important that we try to, share that information so that I guess some of the farmers will be a little more comfortable knowing that the soil just might not be even good for farming, where the building structure is going to be placed. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Senator Johnson. I think that's very, very important information. Senator James, Senior, you recognize for your point of information, you said?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the point of inquiry. On page 6 of Mr. Peter Chapman's testimony, he made mention that the Tech Village could help guide local efforts to harness the economic potential of other crops, including but not limited to cannabis, which is the subject of recent legislation. I just want Mr. Chapman or somebody here to be able to expound on what you mean by you further believe, and are we having those conversations right now when it comes to this specific project? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the question, Senator. Tech Village fosters what we call sustainable agriculture, which is a fancy term for commercial scale agriculture that can create jobs and economic opportunity, and in the case of Tech Village, also help feed the territory, okay? So we think that it can be a model for how we basically commercialize other crops, including but not limited to cannabis. I highlighted cannabis because I know that there's been a lot of attention paid to cannabis. So as we look at how we harness Tech Village to create new agricultural industries, yes, we think that it has applicability to other crops, including but not limited to cannabis. And we've not had any deep discussions about cannabis in the context of this project because we're focused on food production.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your response, and thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to kind of respond to Senator Johnson in respect to his concern about the contamination of the parking lot, or the lot that's used for parking during the agriculture fair. And in fact, it is the intent of the RT Park. And certainly Mr. Chapman can speak to it, where we intend to maintain that parking lot for the purpose, again, of providing for the first in a while, ever, a paved or gravel parking lot for those individuals that will be parking in the future. We know traditionally every agriculture fair day, there's tremendous amount of rain that falls and presents some real mud issues in that parking lot. And in our discussion, our working meetings, we want to make sure that that's paved and better be situated for adequate parking for the agriculture fair goers. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Are you expecting a response? Okay, understood. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Chair, good afternoon to my colleagues, viewing and listening audience, staff, central staff, good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. Mr. Chapman, most of my questions are going to be related to you. So if you can be please succinct, will you respond to it? I'll be appreciated. I have many questions. But in respect to, because that was one of my questions, cannabis, I know it's mainly focusing on food production, but is cannabis part of the business plan? Do you know?
No, cannabis is not part of our business plan for Tech Village, sir.
Very well. Thank you for that. In respect to your presentation, and I can agree in terms of you spoke to the risk of, in the first phase of $18 million being at risk. You spoke to the 300 jobs, 300 permanent, 140 temporary jobs, agricultural related in terms of the land, 60%. You spoke to the workforce, housing, the hotel, 120 hotel room, etc. All pluses in terms of why we should approve. But let me ask, since most of it deals with agriculture, let me ask in respect to the type of jobs for that industry, what's anticipated in terms of agriculture-related jobs?
So the jobs will be research jobs. They will be actual farming jobs. They will be managerial jobs connected to impact traits. So people who supervise farmers, and there will be a lot of internships available to ensure that people from UVI's agricultural programs have a platform from which to enter impact trades and other businesses occupying the site.
And I know it's all private investment. Have impact trade applied for EDC benefits?
No, they will be an RT Park company.
And what type of wage rate are we speaking to in respect to unskilled labor jobs, etc., for farmers, etc., for those individuals?
Yeah, we have a scale. They will be livable wage jobs, but we can actually get you the scale because there's a fair amount of detail on that, so we can get that for you.
And what is Impact Trade's business record? Do we know?
Impact Traits is run by Richard Warburg, who is a microbiologist and an intellectual property attorney, and he has decades worth of experience investing in companies that engage in various scientific related endeavors and new technologies. Impact Traits as a specific entity is a new entity. It's a startup entity, but it's run by an experienced entrepreneur.
Okay, very well. And I know we're speaking to a hotel on St. Croix, which is needed on the Big Island. But my question is, in respect to UVI and their management program, do we know the status of that program here on the Big Island?
1 minute.
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't get the last part of your question.
The management program that UVI has, do we know the status of that program?
We know that the program is re-evolving, as we say, but we meet regularly with the dean of the business school, Dr. Kendra Harris, on the plan for the teaching component of the hotel. I can't speak to the specifics of UVI's program, but I do meet frequently with Dean Harris.
And in terms of impacts to the infrastructure at that site, do we know if there are any impact projected?
Time.
As a result of the project?
Are you talking about economic impact?
Yeah, and infrastructure.
Oh, infrastructure, right. So we are, as part of the project, this is separate from Impact Traits. We are going to be investing in particular, new parking to accommodate not only the occupants of the site, both commercial and residential, but also people who visit the farmers market. So what is presently usually a muddy parking lot when it rains, that will be replaced through Tech Village in the form of infrastructure. We will also have solar array. So the solar array is one of the things that factors into the agricultural components of the site and makes it 62% of the site. So those are the two critical elements of infrastructure that we will invest into the project, into the site.
And in closing, because my time has been called, how many agricultural jobs would you say is anticipated as a result of this investment?
So it will be close to 300, and that's over several years, but it'll be close to 300.
All agricultural jobs?
Agriculture-related jobs, and that is research, that's farming, that's that's the full build-out of impact traits.
Okay. Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. And I'm hearing another point of inquiry, but I must share with my colleagues that it is important that the points of inquiry that we're making is germane to the discussion at the time. I'm trying my best to be as cordial as possible. I'm making sure that, we work together here, but it must be germane, okay? So I want to make sure, because I've seen or heard a number of non-germane discussions around your point of inquiries, and what's happening is the senators that are further down on the roster, they're sitting here forever waiting to get their opportunity. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Of course, my point of inquiry is on point. I wanted to inquire about your statement, Mr. Chapman, on page 6, relative to the expectation and the goal of being able to utilize impact trades to actually feed and provide this level of vegetables, selected vegetables to feed the Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, and Latin America. Can you in any way produce any type of feasibility study that you have done relative to this to say that these types of vegetables that are going to be produced by Impact Study, which is headed by Dr. Richard Warburg, is going to be able to fulfill this goal? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes. So Senator, and again, thank you for the question. So we would be glad to facilitate a discussion between Dr. Warburg and his team and any group of senators to give you those details. So he is the scientist and he leads the scientific team. So I think they're the best ones to be able to talk you through those details.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll be reaching out to you for that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Senator Joseph. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, and Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I want to say we've been on this journey for quite some time. Mr. Chapman, in terms of the presentation made to this body and different occasions. And I want to just jump right in. I want to really also highlight, when we talk about sustainable agriculture, sustainable development, we have to have the infrastructure in place. Right now, what's going on in the Virgin Islands with farming, we have a Department of Agriculture that is very openly can state does not provide the proper supports in order for there to be a true industry. So we know that as we move forward with this project, we're going to have to ensure that our Department of Agriculture is situated to really help support in the connection with this project. Because one of the things that's going to come out from this project as we work with farmers to tap in, there has to be that commitment from the leadership at the Department of Agriculture. Commissioner Anthony Thomas, you know, you and I have been on this line for years now about revolutionizing property procurement so that we move away from the paper process to a more digital process, to a more streamlined process. Can you explain to me now, as this connected to this project, what supports would you render as it pertains to your role as a Commissioner of Property and Procurement? How would you quickly really identify how you and your team would not put up a lot of what I find in different, they're important aspects of contracting, I get that, but there's a lot of unnecessary back and forth that I've found. How would you cut through that so we can, this project if approved, we put on a proper timeline?
I think if it's relating to leases with agriculture, the leasing process is electronic. However, I think the nuances lie in the challenges with the law, because the law does not allow for farmers to build structures. And therein lies a lot of the issues that we have with the agriculture property and farmers. Some of them are erecting residences and structures on the properties, which is not allowed by the law. So with that nuance out of the way, I think the agriculture process was very smooth. The problem is, again, it's either staffing and following up and keeping up with the documents, which we are able to assist by streamlining that process, but it's going to take some legislation to correct some of the inefficiencies that exist. As it relates to the RT Park, the RT Park itself is self-sustainable. I would not have anything to do with the RT Park as it relates to procurement. But we did speak earlier about helping organize a different approach to leasing. That mechanism does not mean it's going to be as entrenched as it is with a person that has a business. But there are some nuances that needs to be corrected, which is the building a physical building, and that now in turn comes back to the legislature to streamline those processes, and we're working towards that. So I foresee you getting legislation in a very short
Well, let me
period.
hope, because my time is
30 seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Commissioner Thomas, so you said that there's legislation. You are a commissioner in a policy-making capacity. By now, these challenges between you and the commissioner should have been brought to this body so that we would have moved that legislation forward in contemplation of the challenges. I just wanted to now turn my last few seconds I have to Director Chapman concerning one of the issues we have. You mentioned that you're going to work with the University of the Virgin Islands to promote agriculture and interest agriculture, and you said the high school students. We've gone over this a number of times. How would this project really work on developing the pipeline for the elementary, middle, and high school? Because as we speak right now with farming, we have a broken system. We have at the middle school and high school levels, their actual infrastructure for farming is broken. Basic supplies that the teachers need to teach farming, they're not available. So when we work with these individuals who are coming to get development benefit, to get the benefits, and they're going to also, we benefit from their partnership, how would you work to better ensure that we're going to really be the stewards of ensuring that we get the interest in farming so that the persons who will be involved in this project and benefit will be, in fact, the local people of St. Croix and the wider Virgin Islands?
Sure. So by definition, thank you for the question, Senator. I'll be concise, and we'll continue to have our offline, very interesting and enjoyable conversations about this. So we will use our platform as we have for a number of years, whereby we will be that bridge between the private sector and the university. We will also serve in that role as it relates to high school students, starting with the educational complex. I want to be clear about what we can do and what we can't do. I want to over-deliver and under-promise. I think the expression is something like that. So for now, what we are keenly focused on is how do we harness this for the maximum benefit of college students at UVI in their agricultural programs, and also area high school students starting with the educational complex. So we may end up creating a pilot on the high school side that can then get exported to other high schools in the community, but that's where we would start. We would start with a demonstration program. I don't know that I'm answering your question, but I'm sure we'll talk in more detail.
Thank you for that. And with that, what confidence do you have in working with the university in terms of this? And I mentioned this just to put out the challenge. Right now, there's also concern that the farmers have raised that the university, instead of supporting them in farming through the research, it's been more competitive. I'm just reaching out to you and into this whole effort to see how we would really see, and if you can even help champion as part of the UVI Tech Park and part of the board leadership as a director, to see how you can bridge that gap between University of the Virgin Islands Extension Service and the support staff there and the farmers who do truly need the support when it comes to farming. They feel in many ways, not just feel, it's evidence, UVI is more competing with them and not supporting them in their farming efforts. Thank you.
Did you want me to respond, or?
Sure, just, I mean, how could you help champion work with, farmers like Mr. Brown and others?
Yeah, so we have a swimmingly good relationship with Dr. Peterson, Louis Peterson. We have a great relationship with Dr. Adamu at UVI, and their doors are always open, and they've been a part of this process for the last couple of years. So going forward, we anticipate that we will have very positive discussions with them about how we can create, synergy among ourselves, them at the university, and the private sector for the maximum benefit of students and other local Virgin Islanders.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Novalee Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for all of the testifiers and their testimony today. And, talking about broken system, right? If we're not really preparing for the future, and I'll tell you that my children tell me all the time, we have to break the cycle. 1846, my great-grandfather was a cane cutter. My grandfather was a fisherman. My mother was a nurse working for the government. I became a police officer working for the government. My children don't want to come back here unless there is something to come back to. And that's what we're really trying to address in terms of driving the issue of what is the creativity and innovative way to be able to attract our children to come back home. And when we're talking about farming, if we're not talking about conveyor belts, if we're not talking about technology, if we're not talking about hydroponics, if we're not talking about some form of a joystick or a drone or something, then certainly it won't pique their interest. Our children don't want to go through that mundane type of going out in the hot sun to plant seeds and weed bushes and all these type of things. Hence our ability to really work with the technology RT Park to really create and be innovative in our approach here. We created a Catalyst Fund, again, to support economic development. South Shore Enterprise Zone to attract economic development. This is a perfect multi-use of a facility right in the middle of our island. UVI, the education complex, the simulation center. Just imagine next to the agriculture fair, a hotel next to the ag fair. We know how much people that didn't refuse to come here because they couldn't even get a hotel room to stay to. We're really opening the doors of opportunities here. Talk about being transformational. Talk about revenue sharing and giving the farmers a seat at the table. I truly believe there's a win-win here. There's an opportunity here for us to work with. And we wanted to make sure that we didn't decrease the inventory. 9 acres, we have over 2,000 farmland or more. How much farmland do we have, Commissioner? Acreage of farmland.
700, about 2,700 acres or so.
2,700 acres. Today we're talking about the use of less than 9 acres, 8 point something of non-farming use or non-agriculture use. And we're still making sure that we backfill that by providing adequate acre for acre replacement there. We really got to look at the long game here. You know, we were talking about the here and the now, but we really look at the long game, how we could be transformational and really change the narrative around here. So I wanted to ask you, Peter Chapman, how do you believe that this project will intersect between the Tech Village and the RT Park? You know, what is the intersect that you believe that could happen here, and how does the Catalyst Fund even apply here?
Yeah. So Senator Francis has laid it out very, very articulately as if he's a member of the development team. So the project represents really the intersection of technology, agriculture, and community development, all critical things, okay, that we need in the Virgin Islands, including on St. Croix. We don't present this project as being the panacea, but we want this project to serve as a model that informs other projects that have the potential to promote economic diversification and hopefully food independence, which is a big passion of ours at the RT Park. And with respect to its relationship with the Catalyst Fund is a critical resource, okay, to support projects of scale, businesses that will create critical mass of jobs for Virgin Islanders, and also capital investment, okay, through the projects that they undertake. And so we envision that going forward, that the Catalyst Fund will be a resource, okay, for supporting businesses and entrepreneurs that are occupying the Tech Village site. Again, transformational is a word that I've used over and over to describe this project, and it is for all of the reasons that Senator Francis outlined. And I underscore the fact that, you know, we've worked closely with the senators, particularly Senator Francis, on a strategy for backfilling that portion of the site that will be used for non-agricultural purposes. So making the Department of Agriculture whole, we don't see any negatives associated with this. We are ready to perform, but we need your assistance to get to that point. And that's why we're here today.
Very well. None of this has been done in a vacuum. You know, I believe that it started back in January. We have had this discussion. We have had a number of working sessions. You have had town hall meetings and met with the farmers and various stakeholders, all of the government agencies to bring this all together. You know, 10 months later,
Correct.
We're still having this conversation. It's a moment in time. Every time we delay these projects, the cost goes up. So,
correct.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You know, colleagues, I truly believe that this is a win-win. I believe that everyone should be on board in supporting this initiative. I think it's critical, it's needed. And again, we're talking about not putting all our eggs in one basket, but diversifying our economy. Thank you very much to the testifiers. And Mr. Brown, you support this project?
I am still not convinced at this point that having that construction on that site is best. What is relevant here, though, is that the property that is willing to be exchanged is adequate to meet the same amount of acreage that's been removed, which is 25 acres, and not just the back portion of the 17 acres. And so far, the information that I have looked at is only talking about 8.3 acres. So where is the additional farmland is going to come from, or lands are going to come from to suffice this? Furthermore, I do appreciate the fact that Senator Vele have spoken about repealing the law to put lands back under the Department of Agriculture. And I do appreciate that there will be an effort for the purpose of making this farmer whole so that he could get back to his business as he should. All of this has been overlooked in over quite a period of time, and it's now that we go forward. But if we're going to exchange land, it has to be equivalent and not just a portion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. But just let me conclude by stating that, again, Department of Agriculture and Farming is getting the attention that it deserves. You know, we approve a budget that allow for agriculture to get an increase. Again, for land security, we come up with an agricultural plan. And, you know, so, again, we're working with agriculture and, you know, collectively, together, shoulder by shoulder, we will continue to make this happen. Thank you very much, and I thank you very much for all that you do on behalf of the farmers, Mr. Brown, and agriculture. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And, you know, I rise in support of this particular measure. However, it is so important that we ensure that us as legislators do not play politics with this issue, okay? A lot of times we, so there's a particular section of our community who has issues with whatever the measure is, and we kind of lean into their concerns, which is appropriate, because I've heard Mr. Brown's concerns today. But what's also equally important is economic development. We are behind time when it comes to economic development, particularly in this district. And we've lost a lot of opportunities in the U.S. Virgin Islands as a whole. I could count a number of them that we've lost, and we've regretted the decisions that we've made. But I believe that it is important that whatever direction we move in with this, and as I indicated that I am most definitely in support of it, we have to make sure that we make the farmers whole. And I note specifically, Mr. Chapman, you talked about a dedicated funding for farmers. And I would like for you to, and profit sharing. And it briefs well, but we need to know that this is actually going to happen. I heard Mr. Brown talk about 1-for-1. And I think I agreed with much of what you said, Mr. Brown, but this don't necessarily need to be a 1-for-1 situation. And you know why it don't need to be 1-for-1? I mean, I would love to see it being 1-for-1. But it don't necessarily need to be 1-for-1 because we are not utilizing the property now in the manner or for the purpose that it has been, is on the books in the Virgin Islands. So I think that we have to have some balance with economic development. So I appreciate all that you indicated because you have some valid points. However, we have to have some give and take here. So I would be happy to hear from you offline what else it is that you don't necessarily agree with. But I want to hear from Mr. Chapman, because he talk kind of fast. And I want to make sure that he understands that what he's selling us as legislators and Virgin Islanders is in fact something that we are going to see come to fruition if this body makes this decision that we are about to make in the next few days. You talked about dedicated funding for farmers. You talked about profit sharing for farmers with the, whatever the build out is, the various businesses that we're looking at for this particular area. I need the confirmation, and I don't usually need affirmation from anyone, but I need that in this instance. as well?
Absolutely. I mean, this has been part of our very detailed project plan almost since day one. And let me answer your question specifically about the Fund for Agricultural Progress. So we are going to use some of the revenues from this project to benefit the farmers for everything that I said in my remarks: technical assistance, tools. The principal purpose is to help farmers make the transition, okay, from subsistence farming to commercial, or what we call sustainable agriculture. We will also use the platform that we have to engage with foundations, with social investors and foundations. Remember, Renaissance Equity is a social mission enterprise with relationships with global foundations. And so we have already begun the process. We've stopped those discussions because we didn't know where this process was going to go. But we want to leverage those relationships in a way that will help to bring philanthropic money, not just revenues from the project, but philanthropic money into the Virgin Islands, specifically for the benefit of farmers and the task of sustainable agriculture in the territory, specifically St. Croix.
Okay. So it appears to me that there hasn't been much conversation, and this is just based on an assumption based on Mr. Brown's testimony around with the RT Park and the farmers, if you will. And there's a specific question that Mr. Brown asked that I think needs to be answered today. And he said in his testimony, the University of the Virgin Islands has approximately 200 acres, and there is underdeveloped property within these acreages. The question to be asked, and he's asking the question, what are the vacant acreage reserved for, and why have they not looked at to suffice the tech village? That answer,
right,
that needs to be answered.
So the first question that I want to address, or the first point I want to address, is our engagement of the farmers. There has been substantial engagement of the farmers and people interested in sustainable agriculture over a period of 1.5 years, including during the quarantine, COVID quarantine period. In terms of UVI's agricultural land, a lot of that land, and I can't speak for the university, we're a separate entity, but a lot of that land is currently being farmed already. The university also has, as per their master plan, they have other needs that they've identified for that land. But I think they are the ones who can give you the best information on their own plans.
I agree with you. I just believe that you approached the university, as the RT Park and the university does have a partnership, and
yes,
the university was clear as to why portions of that acreage could not be used. So that's what
correct.
I wanted to hear from you.
Absolutely. We had that conversation with them, and that is when we learned that they have other plans.
Okay. I think I have one more question. I believe that I probably have gone over my 4 minutes, so let me just wrap this up. So of course, you know that everybody knows that most recently the territory leaders went out to Denver, Colorado to explore cannabis in the U.S. Virgin Islands, or explore cannabis adult use becoming legal in the Virgin Islands. But we also know that medical use is legal here in the territory. And I think a question was asked earlier about I think my colleague from St. Thomas asked about whether or not the RT Park has any relationship around cannabis in the territory, and you said no. But there are different components to cannabis, right? Because all of us, we think, and a lot of this is what I've learned since going to Denver most recently. So there's a technology component, there is the data collection, and there is the testing, et cetera, and on and on. So is there an appetite for the RT Park to assist Virgin Islanders interested in developing or becoming a part of a cannabis industry, even in the just for what we have right now, the medical component. There should be an interest.
Yes, we definitely have an interest. And as you point out, Senator, it is kind of a multi-pronged, multi-layered industry, and there is a strong research and development and technological dimension to it. So we would absolutely be open to exploring those opportunities. But I also want to add that we are already looking at hemp, which is very different. But hemp has certain industrial uses, and so we have companies in our pipeline that specialize in hemp-based products. So I wanted to just put that out there while we're on the topic.
Thank you for your response, but I think that's an important discussion because one of the things that we definitely learned is that the cannabis industry is not a light industry, and it's an industry that's very involved, and it requires a whole lot. And if we're going to move in the direction of cannabis in earnest and stand it up in the appropriate way, even from the medical component, it's going to require the RT Park to get involved. There's no question around this. So, we have to really have the conversations as to how, as a territory, we intend to move this along. And this is why we have some folks that feel that we are not ready for this because we are not putting our heads together to figure out how to make this a truly viable and truly regulated industry in the Virgin Islands. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record. I think I heard a point of information from Senator Velie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The commentary made me want to change my point of information, but I'm going to stick with my point of information. We need to remember, colleagues, the census. 87,000 individuals now residing in the Virgin Islands, down from 106,000, which is a 19,000 drop. 9,000 drop on St. Croix. We got to factor in, this is from 2010 to 2020, the impact of the closure of Hovensa in 2012, the hurricanes in 2017, the pandemic in 2020 that caused a number of families to relocate because of school closures. And we also got to remember that the numbers that were given to us for the census on St. Croix is prior to Lime Tree closing. So then we have lost a next set of individuals living on the island of St. Croix. So we must be able to generate economic development so that we can have opportunities for people living in the Virgin Islands and people living on St. Croix. Every person that lives on this island can feel the difference when Lime Tree closed their doors in May, June. You could feel the economic difference across the island. And we can't just sit here or stand here and hope that stuff is going to fall out of the sky. This is an opportunity for us to bring some development to St. Croix. We need to make sure we have food, sustainability, food that you can consume and nourish your body. Food, sustainability. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Velie. If you think the businesses also impacted severely by the closure of Lime Tree, as a matter of fact, many of them are considering closing the doors as well. I just wanted to add to the discussion that, in fact, we're moving the whereas clause to make sure that the RT Park will be responsible for the related costs as determined by reasonableness and necessary to relocate any farmer displaced by the conveyance of this property for the purpose of this project. So that will be written into the legislation as well, so that we can make sure that there is a level of accountability to make sure that this happens. Any of my colleagues have any burning issues? Any burning questions? Senator Carrion, you had a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do, and to the Commissioner of Agriculture, you said something in your testimony that really hit me. A few things, and one of it kind of resounded. And I quote what you said: "While it is important to focus on the farmers of tomorrow, we cannot forget the farmers of today." And that really hit me, and I would like you to elaborate. But before you do that, I just want to ask you, was or has been the Department of Agriculture at the table in this process? Because you did stated that in your testimony that you had a great concern, and you shared that concern. You said, within your concern, you said, let me see if I quote correctly what you said. What is the concern? Or what is of this great concern that you had? Let me just said, or okay, let me go back. You said you had a great concern. What I want to know is, where does this concern originate from? What's the reason for this concern that you have? If you could share with us, please.
I suspect you're talking in the context of the farmers. But here's my concern, period. Well, one, it's ag land there. The development of ag land right there next to us, it pretty much closes in the department from the department's ability to develop later on. The concern I may have had, and I don't know in what context, I'm trying to see where you've seen in my testimony about that. Well, one, the farmer being displaced is also a concern. And if I had one just from a children perspective, and I did speak to someone afterwards, and I said, okay, I'll yield on that concern, is a hotel right next to a school can be a safety concern, and we need to be mindful of, especially in these days of weirdos. Okay, we got to be careful that there's enough of a barrier that people can be in their hotels talking, preying on our young people. But there's no other real concern other than us being able to ensure that farmers can participate, because usually what's happening is this: the average age of farmers is 67. When you talk about technology and farming, you have to be talking about encouraging younger people to participate in the process also. So those things have to go together.
Commissioner, let me bring to your attention to your testimony, right? It's a short testimony. It was just basically one page. The ending of it, you said, "Of great concern to us is ensuring that the RT Park fully meets the needs of our current farmers and community." And I kind of connected that with what you mentioned about that it's important to focus on the farmers, that while it's important to focus on the farmers of tomorrow, we cannot forget the farmers of today. And my question, one of my direct questions also was the Department of Agriculture at the table during this process? Because you did mention that in your testimony also that they can, referring to the Department of Culture, it says they can and should have agriculture as an integral facet in every part of this process. So that's where I'm leading to. So you had a great concern, so I want you to kind of elaborate and explain for everybody who's viewing and listening that heard your testimony.
Okay, so I wasn't involved in some of the initial conversation, and we did express some of our interest early as far as what we'd like to see as they continue the development. I must say that they did incorporate some of our interest in it as it relates to them, more of their development regarding the agricultural implements there and the components. So those were relaxed. We got a little more comfortable with it. The idea of the farmers is that the research, and I think I mentioned it with the cassava. I don't know how cassava research is going to benefit us right now. I would have preferred to see more development of food that can be utilized now, in moving forward, and collaboration with the research that happens at the University of the Virgin Islands, because the truth is, University of the Virgin Islands Covenant Extension Service does some great research as it relates to agricultural, So, I don't know what type of companies we're talking about bringing in specifically, but they should work in collaboration with our university as well, because the concern from over the years with the university, and you heard it mentioned here today, is that a lot of research that the University of the Virgin Islands have done, it was not implemented here in the territory. It's implemented other places. So it's time that we, the local farming community, benefit from research done here and are given that research to implement on farms here and not just all over the territory. I mean, all over the world and missing us. So that's where my concern comes in. Development should happen here should go to some of the farmers here for utilizing, so we can be at the front end of this, surging economy.
And I thank you for sharing that. And in closing, because we can't have all this research taking place here in the territory in regards to agriculture and have our farmers excluded from that intellect, from that knowledge and that information and research. If someone should benefit from those research that are taking place at UVI and their extension, it should be our local farmers. Number one, the priority should be our local farmers. So I thank you for sharing that. And I would like to also hear then from Mr. Director Chapman, then what's the role? Because here we're hearing the commissioner saying that he is expecting or hoping that RT meets the needs of the current farmers for our community. So I would like to see how that would take place.
Sure. So thank you for the question, Senator. And as I laid out as part of the comprehensive RT Park Tech Village plan, we will have as our anchor tenant, and this is something that we've articulated out in the community. Department of Agriculture has been part of these conversations with us. Our anchor tenant, if you will, our anchor business will be a company that has individual farmers as owners of their business. Very, very unique. I don't think that exists anywhere in the Virgin Islands, perhaps not even in the region. We will also have to support local existing farmers. We will have a revenue sharing model that will benefit them in terms of their immediate needs. We will also use our platform with national and global philanthropies, okay, to build a fund for agricultural progress that will benefit existing and future farmers. It's not an either-or proposition. So those are three critical elements of the plan that we have discussed publicly. We have discussed this with a number of public sector, private sector stakeholders over a period of, easily a year and a half. We have no shortage of information. We are very data oriented. We're very research oriented. We have a number of different market studies that we've shared with members of this body. So I welcome any questions that the Department of Agriculture may have going forward, and I'm pretty sure we can address all of their concerns about the more substantive aspects of the project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. At this time, I think we have no further questions from my colleagues. I'd like to allow for each of the testifiers to give a 30-second wrap-up, and we could start with you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Senator Francis, and thank you to the other senators present. We really appreciate you providing us with yet another forum for educating the community about Tech Village and the benefits that it portends for the Virgin Islands in terms of economic impact, diversification, food independence, local economic empowerment, and all of those good things. We are at a critical juncture. And I want to make that very clear. We have to successfully get this legislation passed in order to secure our financing. And going forward, we look forward to continuing the dialogue with all critical stakeholders. This is not a static process. This is going to be a multi-year process. And we are very open to making additional modifications in the project plan going forward where feasible, and we are also committed to problem solving around the individual who is currently farming on the site. So I thank you, senators, and look forward to you being meaningful partners in this endeavor going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. Senator Nelson. Correction, Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. What I want to impress upon the people of the territory is the need to shore up our food source. There is food scarcity in the world, and we can't emphasize enough how important it is for us to increase our food production here in the territory. We're seeing what's happening with the ships and staying out in the ocean right now, and we're talking about other commodities. If that commodity was food, think about the state of affairs here in the territory. That should be enough of a sign that each and every family, each and every person who is capable, whatever piece of plot you have, to be part of the food supply process, even for your own personal reasons. And to the extent that we can support entities of such which proposes to advance food production, one, we have to hold them to it, and two, ensure that productivity goes into our local supply. And of course, with any excess, then we can look at some type of export market. I want to thank the Senate for allowing us this opportunity. And I want to thank Mr. Chapman and the RT Park and even the University of the Virgin Islands, and look forward to our continued collaboration to ensuring that we're increasing our opportunity for food sovereignty here in the Virgin Islands of the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nelson. Next, we'll go to Assistant Commissioner Richards, DPNR.
Okay, thank you, Senator Francis, and I thank the 34th Legislature and the rest of the committee members for the opportunity to testify on this proposal to convey land to the RT Park and UVI. Just want to let you know that the Department of Planning and Natural Resources is committed to sustainable development, and we recognize this project at its base is agriculturally based, and hence we are supportive in principle to the project. Also just want to remind the senators as well as all those that are listening that as we talk about preserving agriculturally zoned land, I believe the 2,700 acres that is consistently mentioned is land that is in the public sector. And so there are hundreds, if not thousands, of other acreage that is in the private sector that is zoned agricultural. So I think it's part of the department's responsibility to ensure that there is agricultural land territory-wide available for all types of farming. And we continue to look at our agricultural land base, not just in the private sector, but in the public sector, and not just in the public sector, but as well as in the private sector. So when we do our assessment, we are very conscious about how much land is still available for agricultural development territory-wide. And again, once again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on this specific proposal.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator, and that's a very salient point that you have just made. Thank you for that. At this time, we'll go to Commissioner Thomas, Property and Procurement.
Thank you, Senator. I would like to reiterate that the proposed project is in line with the Brown Roach administration's goals for sustainable economic development, and therefore the department supports the proposed conveyance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And next, we'll wrap it up with Mr. Brown, Dale Brown, Seizure Farms.
Thanks again, Senator, and the committee on the whole for inviting me even on short notice. This plan given by the RT Park, if it's passed by this legislature unanimously, the RT Park need to be held totally accountable for what is supposed to be done. Because if all that is said does not come to fruition, then this process has actually been a waste of time. Economic development is paramount to the Virgin Islands. And agriculture development is part, and I believe can be one of the mediums for developing our territory economic, social and economic development. Now, surrounding all of this, in response to Senator Fred Gregory's of one-on-one, the Department of Agriculture has not been the greatest steward of land or managing land over the years. Since 1995, when the Department of Agriculture has gone on its own, it has not been given the opportunity to actually bounce to where it needs to be. This commissioner has the worst in order to bring this department back to fruition. The agricultural plan that is being developed hopefully will address those weaknesses to give this commissioner, if he's still there, the opportunity to implement this plan to its fullest extent. So therefore, land taken now should be given back in its equivalence. So in order to give whomsoever is responsible of directing this department the opportunity to actually flourish and to make agriculture grow in the territory and become that economic stability that this territory needs. On that note, Senators, I thank you for the time and again for short notice. And hopefully, if you all have decided to make this go forward, that the RT Park be held in full responsibility within the next 2 years to make sure this come to fruition. Now, cassava, if that is your first product, cassava has a 3-day lifespan. So I would like to know how the processing is going to happen in order to transport or to provide that product to Virgin Islands and the world. And hopefully, I do believe you may have a plan for that. So I will listen forward in the future to how that is going to be completed.
Yeah. So, Mr. Brown, thank you very much. And I think that the onus is on every single one of us, to include you as a farmer, as a citizen, to make sure that we're holding RT Park responsible for what they have committed to. I'll tell you that I am committed as the bill sponsor, one of the bill sponsors on this particular piece of legislation to make sure that at least that there will be a fair exchange, a fair swap, one for one, in terms of returning whatever acreage that's being utilized for non-agricultural use back to the inventory of the farmers. So that is a commitment from me in that respect. I want to thank everyone again for their testimony. We don't take a vote in this committee, and we'll certainly address this in the very near future. But I want to thank all my colleagues. I want to thank central staff and everyone that was involved in making this committee of the whole possible today. Again, it was it was very, very informational. So we want to extend our appreciation to everyone on behalf of the chair, Senate President Donna Fred Gregory. Thank you very much and have a good day. The Committee of the Whole of November 16, 2021 is hereby adjourned.